Asafir, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're live.
Heartiest welcome to one and all. I welcome you all to the 4th India IVF Summit 2003, an initiative of IHW Council powered by Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. It is an honor of, in the honor of World IVF Day. IHW Council, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to promoting the health and well-being of human enterprise and existence, is privileged to host the 4th edition this year of the India IVF Summit. This initiative is powered by Bharat Serums and Vaccines and will revolve around the theme of addressing India's infertility epidemic. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Karmal Narayan Omar, who is the CEO of IHW Council, for his views.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this 4th edition of India IVF Summit, which we are hosting in collaboration with Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. And the purpose of this summit, ahead of World IVF Day, is to discuss about the growing concern of India's infertility epidemic and advocate for a futuristic policy regulations as well as innovations for accessible and affordable treatment for all and those who need it. 4 years back, when we started this initiative along with Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, it was the thick of the pandemic, which our health system, which our country, which all of us were dealing with. And it was the time when many of the critical health conditions were put on the back burner to focus more on the monstrous virus causing an existential crisis. But we were of the firm belief that while we need to focus on the pandemic and save lives from it, we could also not afford to take away our attention from all that is inflicting pain, suffering on the people. And the concern of infertility is one, very important among that. Procreation is inalienable natural right, but for millions, or almost 28 million couples, as per the WHO estimates, are deprived of it today, living a life full of mental distress, social stigma, and perpetual state of lower self-esteem and high self-doubt. The boon of ART or IVF, with almost 6 million children worldwide, is still not reaching to one and all equitably. Despite the apparent influx of so many IVF establishments which we see in our country, many in rural areas with lesser awareness or acceptance of such procedures are still devoid of its benefits. The areas where it's accessible easily also face their unique challenges of ensuring quality, focusing on patient centricity, standardized procedures, or even to avoid malpractices and unreasonable claims, which we do see sometimes. There has been a lot of fuss around it, leading to promulgation of parliamentary acts around it. What is it yet to be achieved is a comprehensive health system integration of infertility treatments that ensure empathetic, equitable, and affordable access to these scientific boons for all. Absence of which certainly adds to a highly complex challenges to personal, social, and even economic well-being of people, with women undoubtedly bearing the brunt of it. In conclusion, I urge all the esteemed speakers, accomplished experts, policymakers, government representatives who are all going to join us during the day in various sessions to discuss and find out the ways that how the benefits of this scientific marvel can reach to one and all equitably and to all those who need it, no matter what background they belong to, economically, social, or even from the region wise. So I urge all the stakeholders who are going to be part of this summit today to, look for and work together to create a more supportive and understanding environment for those facing infertility, and come up with solutions which ensures the best of the support for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal. With that, we now move on to our first panel discussion, which is on the topic ART Act, discussing the challenges and prospects, for which we have very eminent speakers here with us. I welcome Dr. Rishikesh Pai, who is the president of Foxy and medical director of Bloom IVF Group. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. K.D. Nair, who is the Chief Consultant of Infertility and IVF at Mata Chand Devi Hospital. Sir, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, who is the founder and medical director of Bloom IVF Group and president of AMOGS. Ma'am, welcome to the show. We welcome Mr. Amit Karkhanis, who is a lawyer and is the director of Chambers of Amit Karkhanis. Sir, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Nitish Mortia, who is the co-founder and managing director of Indra IVF Hospital Private Limited. Sir, we welcome you to the show. This show is being moderated and led by Dr. Kamini Rao, who is a Padma Shri awardee and chairperson of International Institute for Training and Research in Reproductive Health and medical director of Milan. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. Now I hand over to our moderator for leading this discussion.
Thank you very much, both for the IVF Summit and co-moderated with the IHW. And it is important that looking back, way back in 1978, whoever thought that we would be able to have test tube babies for those who didn't have babies, and that pure IVF in block tubes would be able to allow people to have a baby. But beyond that, we now are stuck with problems much beyond science, and that is law. Law has not kept appropriately ahead of science, and that is where this dichotomy arises. Now, I would like to start without waiting wasting too much of time to ask Rishikesh, because having looked through and having been on this ART panel regulation for over 20 years in the government of India, and also being on the panel, and finally being the chair for this particular group. And even today, as I see, I think this was passed in a hurry, even though it took 20 years. The final version of what came out was actually passed in a hurry. Nevertheless, a law is a law, and we follow it, and this is the law of the country. Given this is the scenario, and I think what we need to do is we start with the head of our federation, and that is Rishikesh Pai, and we all know who Rishikesh Pai, a dear friend of mine, and of course the president of Foxy, and he actually has been on many committees and has also been very, very forthright on his views on what needs to be done. It's not about what he wants for his clinic. It's not what he wants for his patients, but what India needs. And what is the things that would take? Because for too long, these societies and federations have been kept out of all decision making, and we have been sitting outside and waiting to see what we're going to get, and then we follow it, and that's what has happened with the PCPNDT Act. However, we have been quite proactive in looking at this ART Act, and we've seen Nitish as well as Arun. We've seen both the web groups very actively debating on the different points and also getting answers there, which is a minuscule, but nevertheless a very important point. Having said this, I would like to ask Rishikesh, we are a very big body of many thousands of members. And of late, the bonhomie has been great in Foxy. I think this is the right time to strike and say, look, each gynecologist is an ART level 1 specialist. And since you know that they are a level 1 specialist, what do you think you should do for them to say that you smoothly going from level 1 to level 2? And how are you going to bring this about? Because that is the challenge. It's not the level 2. The level 2 people know what to do. The level 1 to level 2. The stage is yours, Rishikesh. Go ahead.
Yeah. So mine are there. Dr. Nandita, who is the president of ISA, Dr. K.D. Nair, president of IFS, Nitish Muradia, our Indira IVF founder and very dynamic, young upcoming, in the ART field, and Dr. Amit Karkanis, advocate, who is the lawyer and who has been very active. So I think we were all in the making of the process of the law for the last 20 years, and ultimately the law has been passed. There are certain lacunae in maybe as within 2 years time now, when the review comes in, we can correct those. We can try to correct as much as we can. I think it's a ongoing process of correction, and the government of the day that way is an open government. I was the other day I was listening to one of the ministers. He said that when the drone policy came in, there were some 75 policy. They've cut it down to nearly 4 only, so that to make it the drone industry more easy for expansion. So similarly, I'm sure that we will be able to, as we go along, at least we have got the law in place. What I felt is that there's a lot of even many of us have not yet got the license. So I think the first priority would be to see that we all get the license. And a lot of people have some confusion about 1A. One of the gynecologists phoned me the other day and said, Dr. Pai, if I'm a gynec in my consulting, can I do follicle monitoring and stimulate the patient? Because am I to do it? Because I don't have 1A also. So have I to go and do it in the campus? I said, no. So I think we should not be that hyper about it. If there is the interpretation problem, we can always go to the government. If you do everything in good faith, for example, this gynec, I said, no, don't worry. You stimulate the patient in your consulting. Only thing is that the IUI has to be done in a 1A, because the handling of the sperm has to be in a 1A clinic. So there are a lot of confusions, and also I think they have a committee as well. So slowly these confusions can be sorted out. The FAQ can be put on the website. And I think what we need, madam, is a lot of training of trainer programs as well, training the people in the implication. Unfortunately, our line, the gynec, is a line with a lot of laws. We have the MTP Act, the Clinical Establishment Act, the PCPNDT Act, the POSCO Act, you name it, and we have got it, the Surrogacy Act, the ART Bill. So this is a line which, because it's deals with ethics. So, it's reproduction is a very controversial kind of topic over the ages, the societies. But looking at, say, United States, look at the MTP Act. We are so advanced in our approach. So I'm sure that we will evolve ourselves.
Makes sense, no?
Be able to.
Rishikesh, Nandita, I'd like your views on this. Yes.
See, personally, what I feel is if you want all our gynacs to be in level 1, right now, 50,000 becomes very difficult for them to pay up, for every gynac to pay up. So maybe I think whatever centers have registered, we have 4,000 plus centers which have registered. So through ESAR, as a president, what I'm trying to do is not everybody practices infertility. So get those doctors who are interested in doing the IUI to register with these centers, put their name in as gynecologists for the moment, because that is what the law says, that they can register with these centers as gynecologists attached to these centers, do the IUI with these centers. And then, we have training programs from ESAR, from different organizations, where we can teach them how to upgrade their centers to level 2 clinics. I think that would be the way to go about. And as I think Rishikesh knows, I know, we've all been on these committees throughout the year where the law was formulated. And at the last minute, as you yourself said, it was all brought in a hurry and everything just went, I don't want to use the word, but was just pushed under the carpet, and it just came how however it came. So now, Dr. Kamini, now let me tell you, I have worked very hard for this thing which what just got passed about the andrologist. Nobody knows that, but behind the scenes, I have worked very, very hard. Isar gave a letter to Miss Geeta Narayan, and we went there, had a 3-hour meeting with her, convinced her, and it was put in front of the board. And I'm sure Nitij also knows about it because they had a massive debate in their meetings, and then it was put forward. And today we've had a victory. Forget only surgeons, even gynecologists today who are MCH or who are DM are allowed to do that procedure. So I think these are minor victories which we will do it. And I have some good news from Nitij, which I'm hoping that he will get it passed in the subsequent thing. So we have all positive people over here. Rishikesh has promised he is going to work on the law. So I have promised myself that we will all work on the law. So I think training our people and getting them to do ethical practice and going in the framework. See, we are working for women. We are women's doctors. Women are the most downtrodden people on the earth. They are most victimized. There is, everything against them. That is why we have so many laws against us, because of the atrocities committed to women and because of, the negatives that are there. So the laws come in. So we have to show our, positivity and get it done. That is what we need to work on, Dr. Kamini Rao.
And Nandita, now that I know that Foxy is doing a lot now, ISAR is doing a lot, but we also have IFS, and I do know that KD Nair has been at the forefront of doing this particular thing. And besides, they've also got these courses coming in, which in a great way is empowering people to learn the subject better, rather than being, looking at somebody's shoulder and learning over somebody's shoulder. What has been your experience, Dr. K.D. Nair, on this aspect of the training part that you feel would also be an important arm for helping us to help the level 1 infertility people, particularly in semen preparation and all these kind of things, which sort of seamlessly takes them into this level 2 infertility?
Thank you, ma'am. Level 1 clinic, you need a simple gynecologist and you need a very basic andrologist to prepare the semen. For those, the specification are laid out very clearly in the law. But what you're telling is the training of the gynecologist who want to later on move on to IVF level 2, or embryologist who want to move on to the different complex procedure, they need to be trained. And if you look at the law is very clear how much, what is the level of training they should, what is the level of skill they should achieve before they can be certified that they are fit for level 2 or level 1. We as a society, like Dr. Nandita mentioned, we were part of this approach to the Geeta Narayan for putting this general surgeon to be given this lessons to practice the testicular sperm retrieval procedures. It has been done because, as you say, the law has been passed in a hurry. It is true. And in course of time, we are going to have different other issues coming up, which both the societies and Foxes, they are going to take up with the government to make certain recommendation, to change the recommendation, and it is going to happen in future. So as far as the training goes, the training part also, there is discussion is going on whether the training should be a diploma, there should be a fellowship, training should be a DM, and whether how many seats are available for MCH and DM and FMT. These are all the things which the government and the societies and Foxy have to sit together and decide. You cannot say only MCH or DM will be allowed to practice, because you have to have a criteria. You have with the skill, you undergo training, you produce a certificate, you are sure that this training has been achieved, then you can certify that you can go ahead and convert yourself to the level 2. That is a procedure. This is a ongoing procedure. I am very sure in course of time, both the societies and Foxy will again approach this government to clarify this recommendation, this procedures in a very dogmatic way. That is the future.
Can I interrupt here, Dr. Kamini Rao?
Please.
Dr. Kamini, you had the vision to start the journal for ISAR, and today the journal where all the data is published and it's really accepted everywhere. So looking at the law today, along with my seniors, we had the vision to launch the Indian College of Reproductive Medicine. This is the fact that, what you're talking about, level 1 to level 2. We have started the college by ourselves so that we can run courses, we can equip them so that they will be well trained to convert from level 1 to level 2. And this will be all in-house, perfectly in sync with the law and what they need. And with, seniors like you, Dr. Pai, everybody, and of course, Katie Nair and all of them, we are all brothers and sisters, finally in one organization only. And everybody together, what we want is India to be on the global map where data is concerned, where IVF is concerned, and what we are doing. I think this is all in preparation. The professional organizations of this country are really fantastic, and they are reaching those heights to be able to amalgamate with the law so that we can do our very best and perform well. That is what the whole thing is heading towards.
But Nandita, I think even this would still be a minuscule. So I must now pick Nitish's brains because he's got a lot of that at the moment, what with all this IPO going on. So Nitish, I just want to ask you this question. If we look at ISAR and then we look at IPO, we look at IFS, etc., why can't we look at the government and say that in the MDs, for example, for the IVF or for MD in obs and gynae or MS in obs and gynae, instead of sending them to, say, for example, do a posting in pediatrics or send them for anesthesia, why can't there be a kind of 6 months posting in IVF? Or for training in something like andrology. This is going to revolutionize our doctors who spend 3 years in MD and then after that go behind, pay money and go and get an IVF training, then go pay money and then get embryology training, and at the end of it, go another 3 months, go and get training for endoscopy. So when will our doctors ever be able to practice with some 20 odd laws behind them? So Nitish, you will be in the best position to say that extra bit of, elective posting, why can't we introduce this into that posting? They have this posting, 2 postings. Give them the option. Let them go instead of going and doing P&S and things like that. Let that also be there. But let us this as an option. Nitish, I need your opinion.
That's a very valid suggestion, ma'am. But I think the way the government in terms of the ART Act, looking at the act is more relied on the NMC, right? The way things or the NMC structure is there in terms of what is being taught to a gynecologist in their college. I think the change has to come from there. If that code structure is changed, then probably ART can adopt the change which can happen, and gynecologists being exposed to that kind of system and course, which currently does not exist as per my knowledge. I think it's a very valid suggestion. And obviously, I have been interacting with Dr. Nandita, Dr. Katie Nair, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, and there have been a very good active interaction because they meet more number of gynecologists. They go to different areas, different places. And of course, you also, ma'am. So they really understand, where the problem are being faced, our challenges are being faced by gynecologists sitting in a tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And I've been, lucky and fortunate to have these discussions, whenever I meet any one of you, and it gives a good insight that what is the real problem being faced at the ground level, and then suggests those changes to the government. But I think the current government is aligned to make changes in the law. They are not very rigid. Till the time it is logical, till the time it is practical, and till the time it does not interfere with the broad concept of making the law, which is to stop the commoditization. Right, that's the big umbrella that they're working on. But I think there have been changes which is being made in the law. There have been a lot of notifications that have come up, especially with patients getting facing problems when it comes to these judicial magistrate signatures being taken. They have changed it to notary. So there have been a lot of changes which has come. Urologist was again a challenge which obviously all the organizations have highlighted. Even the doctors have highlighted this particular issue, which the government, recognized that this is a problem and they have changes. So I think any new law that has come up will obviously have teething issues, will obviously have challenge, will have modifications which need to be required. I see PCPND law, the modifications still are being made by the select committee, by the NRC, which exist. And I think as we move forward with the ART law also and the surrogacy law also, there will be changes which will be required to align to the practices and the future need of the patient, of the clinic, and the government also.
But Nitish, another point that I'd like to make to you is what is the relevance of having a person who's already done fellowship for 2 years to have one more year before they can practice this thing? So what was the 2 years they were doing?
So, ma'am, I think the thought process of the government, because I also try to understand this, their whole thought process is that according to them, IVF is a complex procedure and it requires a lot of ethical, legal, technical, and it's a process knitted with different steps. So there's a hell lot of things involved in the IVF process, and they wanted to build in some kind of expertise that which particular kind of gynecologist can practice that kind of treatment. And that is why they first wanted to divide the practice by saying that there is a level 1 clinic which does this kind of thing, and for an advanced practice it needs a level 2 kind of clinic. So they wanted to differentiate in terms of the patient handling done by the doctors based on their specialties. That is first thing that has come up. The second thing that has come up is the experience level of not even gynecologist, be it embryologist or be it other staff. They wanted to put some level of staff requirement in terms of who can run a level 1 center, who can run a level 2 center, who can run a surrogacy clinic, and who can run an ART bank. So I think that differentiation is being created in the law. Infrastructure, they haven't talked much in the law, so which is in the good benefit of clinics running, especially places which are like Bombay and Delhi where the property prices are too high. They haven't come up with an infrastructure cap, which is good for everyone to operate. And they have come up with a minimum equipment which is required to run that center, which is a basic thing which everyone follows. But overall, I think the whole thought process is that expertise of people who are handling this critical procedure has to be built into the system or into the country, so that particular standards are maintained within the country to offer these complex treatment to the patient. I think that's the overall thought process.
Nitish, I just like to pick your brain a little bit more on this. I want to know how much of law you know. One. Secondly, what they didn't know in 2 years while doing the fellowship, because fellowship is an exam where the ART law is also a question which is asked in the exam. Because I am an examiner for the national board exams, state board exams, individual various university exams, etc. And I know that the exam consists of a question in ART law. Second, I want to know that if you have another year of 3 years, so has there been a course designed in that third year to say that it has got only legal things, and what is that course curriculum? I would like to know.
Yeah, so I think there is no course curriculum, or there is no training which is mentioned in the law. What the law says is that they need to work in an IVF center or in an ART center for 3 years under a senior guy who is qualified as per the law, right? What you rightly said about the fellowship program, I think the societies should highlight this matter to the government, saying that this is being covered in the fellowship program, and why would someone require an additional training to be conducted to that? Let us have a debate around that, and if this becomes feasible, yes, why not? I mean, if something is logical and something is being there which exists, which may be skipped in the notifications or the regulation that has come in, there is always a debate which should happen. I think we are an open society and it should be done.
Thanks. I hope you'll be on our side, Nitish, when this debate happens. I want to ask all my panelists over there, yes or no, to what question I have asked. Yes or no? That do we need a third year for these people after fellowship to start one IVF center of level 2?
Dr. Kamini, the issue is we have got a different type of courses available right now. Like I say, we have 1 year diploma in clinical ART.
No, 2 years.
No, wait a minute. We are having 1 year diploma in clinical ART, which is being given by this Amity University. We have 2 year FNB course, which is all over the India. Then we have MCH for 3 years. So we have different type of courses, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. Probably what Nitish is saying, we may again have to go back to the government and try to convince them that they have to fix a minimum 2 year of fellowship as a benchmark. There should be no need, if somebody has done FNB, there should be no need to go for the third year training. Because
Absolutely.
what you are saying is, whether you do 1 year course, whether you do 2 year course, whether you do 3 year course, everybody to have 3 years of experience. We have to go to the government and tell them they have to be more rationalistic, that we do 2 year FNB, that is enough. And everybody, and if you do 3 year MCH, that is already more than enough.
If you do 3 years, you can become a professor, or you can go and be a professor in a medical college or something. That is okay for me. But if you want to be a practicing IVF specialist, 2 years should be good enough. I think when there are quacks practicing, 2 years of national board, the exams, I think should be very good.
I think, Dr. Kaminira, it's always a fight between the national board and the NMC, and that is what this is representative of. So I think we should just...
I think I've been actually asking you all very tricky questions.
Yes.
And now we will go to Amit Karkhanas, the most enlightened one. But Amit asked you this question, that we are in the level 1 ART, and I think that these are very, very tough questions that you have to answer, because these people very carefully, and then they say to the husband, go across to a level 2, bring that sample, and then they bring it across to this center to actually inseminate, or they go across to wherever they have prepared the sample and then they go and inseminate. These are 2 scenarios. Suppose they bring that sample and inseminate in their own center, laws apply that they come into the category of getting registered, because they're taking outside sample and then putting it inside.
Yes.
But if they go across in their other center and take their patient and then inseminate in the other center, then they do not have to register, because they are going to put it there. I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question to Amit. This lady gets her husband's sample prepared in a level 2 center and brings it to her center and transfers. There comes a time when the husband says, this sample is not mine. Okay. Though that entire bottle is labeled that it is his. She looks at the label, she trusts that that label is there, shows it to the husband, and she transfers it into the wife. The DNA does not match. Who is responsible?
So, ma'am, you're referring to Bhatia Hospital case, which recently happened in National Commission,
Yes.
where the same thing had happened, that the embryologist gave a semen sample, and the doctor just transferred it, and did the embryo transfer. Subsequently, the DNA test did not match, and when they started doing reverse engineering, that is the time when they realized that it was the embryologist who gave the wrong sample, basically. So the plea and the defense which the hospital and the IVF doctor took in the court was that as a IVF consultant or a doctor, we rely very heavily on embryologists and the knowledge that they have, and that is extremely critical for us. So, it is the embryologist who should be held responsible for giving a wrong sample to us, basically, and it is not the doctor's fault. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, that argument was not bought by the Honorable National Commission, and there was not a single rupee of fine to the embryologist, but the hospital and the doctor were fined almost 1.5 crore rupees. The hospital being held as vicariously liable because the IVF practice and the clinic was in the premises of the hospital. Hospital did not have a role in day-to-day functioning of the clinic. It was run independently, and an agreement was there between the hospital and that clinic. So there was no role at all of the hospital. There was just a simple revenue sharing model that we all know how it is in the market. And hospital did, the clinic used the billing system and electronic medical records which were provided by the hospital, and everything was done. But the National Commission very clearly took a view that nothing doing, even though you don't take part in the day-to-day functioning of the clinic, you are responsible because the clinic was under your roof. Okay, you should have seen what they are doing. Number two, the court held very clearly that even though you are having embryologist as an IVF consultant, you are responsible for acts and deeds of everyone who is working under you, basically. So that's the another problem. And now we have a question here. That embryologist was not even asked to pay a single rupee. All the compensation was asked to be paid by the IVF clinic and the hospital. So what is the role of an embryologist? Because at the end of the day, he is the one or she is the one who a IVF practitioner relies very heavily on, basically. And they form an extremely critical component of anyone's IVF practice, if you understand what I'm saying. Basically.
Yes.
And the time has come that even embryologists should be registered with some sort of a medical association or state medical council, so that there is some sort of a control over their activities, because this is one branch. Even though in the new ART law, there is a specific requirement of an embryologist and andrologist, but one thing is lacking in the system, madam, is that none of this embryologist or other support staff which an IVF clinic uses are accountable to any organization. Like you have nursing council, like you have dental council, like you have medical councils. There is nothing where an embryologist is accountable for. That's a very big problem. And this new judgment is definitely, while retired Justice Kantikar, who gave the judgment, he just recently retired. And before retiring, he threw this big bomb on the IVF industry. I'm sure you know Justice Kantikar very well. So that's why I see that big smile on your face. So he threw a very big bomb on us, basically. And that is what has happened now. And he not only threw a bomb, he referred that judgment to the health ministry, saying that the IVF industry needs to be further regulated, madam. Okay, so which means that now I don't know how the health ministry would see this judgment. Obviously, a lot of courts refer to the various ministries, not that everything is binding on the health ministry. They take their own decision independent of the court judgment. But nevertheless, this is a thought process which now he has thrown in the minds of the government. So that is where, the problem is. We don't know how to, pin the blame on embryologists. Obviously, proper contracting is very essential. Defining the roles and responsibilities, medico-legal liabilities, who's going to do what. Like a IVF practitioner should take responsibility for embryo transfer, the same way an embryologist should be held responsible for the scope of work that he or she has been employed with the clinic, basically. Okay? And there has to be. It's going to only increase the documentation. As a lawyer, I'm happy because, at the end of the day, I'm the one who's going to do those documentation. But I just have to very quickly make a point with what Nitish has also mentioned in his earlier statement was that all the associations are doing a great job. I have worked very closely with Pai sir and Nandita, and I have accompanied him for various presentations also before this law came into force. But I'm not very sure how many of us are focusing on the National Medical Commission, because National Medical Commission, madam, is an apex body which also has a mandate of advising the government on various issues pertaining to the medicine in this country. Now, being a government body, the health ministry would only, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, I will stand corrected if the learned panelists would differ on this, that government would give a lot of weightage if a suggestion or any recommendation comes from NMC. Because I think so, even in the Supreme Court, when you have any medical issues, the first thing they ask is, have you made the National Medical Commission a party? That is where the issue is, that the perception is that NMC is an apex body of doctors, and all the individual doctors, they do have 3 boards which are different, and they have different functions: education, ethics, and policy and planning. So the policy and planning part of it is underutilized according to me, and most of the associations are focusing on meeting ministry officials. But if you focus or give little more attention to the policy and planning part of the NMC, I think so your problems will get more visibility in the government. And as far as new act is concerned, madam, you'll have to do micromanagement with the help of the associations. You got a couple of notifications. There are clarifications, like Nitish mentioned about notary. There were a couple of more clarifications. There are petitions pending in the Supreme Court also. I am part of one of them. But the courts are very slow in what they do, like we realized in PCP-NDT battle. And we got, some relief. We didn't get most of it. But, courts may not interfere so much. But the National ART Board and Surrogacy and ART Board and National Medical Commission are the 2 bodies where, a lot of meetings will have to happen, because ultimately National Board is the one which will make policy and policy and guidelines for the industry in the country. And Health Ministry is just going to endorse it. So I think so we must pick Nitish's head more than once or more often than what you are doing right now, because he is your face in the board. And I know for sure, I have not seen him, but I know 100% sure that he is very aggressive in his approach, and he is very, he takes a lot of parts in the debates. I've heard this authentically from people. So I think so he is the right person for you to go there. And this act will need some more time for clarity, ma'am. PCP-NDT Act took 25 to 30 years to get crystallized. I know when the act was passed, it was passed on a Friday evening, and there were only 25 MPs present in Lok Sabha at that time. Okay, so it was a Friday, the last day of the session, and probably the last hour of the session. That is how it got passed. And a lot of objections were raised by various learned MPs, which Dr. Pai and Nandita had also met, which spoke to us later on, also saying that our objections were not taken into account because it was hurriedly passed. You were involved in the journey right from ICMR days, ma'am. You know how the government is. One point which I have to make before I end is the fact that the problem is of perception, madam. The government doesn't look at IVF industry as very ethical industry. Okay, and that problem of perception has not been addressed by any association. There has to be a concentrated effort to build an image that IVF is not only money-making industry. It is not only meant for super luxury or high-end or elite of the population. There has to be a concentrated effort to change this image in the mind of the government. And Nitish would agree with me that this law came only because of this perception, madam. There was no problem till 2012, 2013. All of a sudden, there were some cases in some part of the country. I don't wish to name the regions also, because the moment I name the region, you will understand who I'm talking about. Okay, so that's why some problems happened. Government took a very serious note of it. Some of them went abroad, and then they did what they did there, and the rest is a history, madam. Okay, so the problem of perception that we are doing service to women, like Nandita rightly mentioned, that IVF is for women basically, and that point needs to be driven down, and the government needs to understand that here that IVF for masses. I think so Dr. Pai also has a concept of IVF for masses, which he spoke to me once, and I feel such things needs to be highlighted, and only then you will see some positive response from the government. Because Nitish, correct me if I'm wrong, you face so much of problem from bureaucrats who are there in that committee, and he's the only one who talks, and rest of them really pounce on him basically. Okay, and that is a problem of perception, that private practitioners in IVF industry are making only money and they are only there to fleece. That is a wrong conception. I am dealing with doctors for the last 17 years now, and I have seen this industry very closely, ma'am, and you have also done that. So the perception issue needs to be addressed through social media, through meetings, through camps, all these things.
No, Amit, I must say, you seem to be painting the doctors, in black. Though black is beautiful, but still.
I'm wearing a black, ma'am.
That's what I'm saying. Lawyers are always wearing black, and doctors are wearing white.
No, I'm not painting anyone black, ma'am. I'm just trying to find out the problem of perception.
I'm saying black is beautiful also. So my point is what could be the answers to this question? One, can you use witness is one thing. The second thing is, why don't you do a DNA testing in all third-party testings or all these babies that are born, and hand over that DNA certification to all these babies? That will solve the problem. Because see, the point is, we are trying to fight shy because our own fraternity are not doing the DNA testing. Allow for the DNA testing to be done and charge it to the patient. Then what happens is, the embryologists are definitely going to be scared that it will only fall on them, and the certificate, the vicarious responsibility that the embryologist is going to have is going to be very clearly pasted in their appointment letter. I think we have such strong appointment letters. Forget about what NMC says or any. You don't have to go up to that level. While they're being appointed, they are made accountable. And to put that consent letter, and you also say that these babies, whenever there's a doubt, the responsibility will fall on you because you are the one who handles the gamete. We don't handle the gamete. So whenever there is a dispute, you will be solely responsible. Underline that. And therefore, they can't escape. Whether NMC says or whoever says, they will have to pay because there will be a subcontract. So
yes, madam, that's what I mentioned, that we need to have proper contracts.
That's all you need to do, because see, doctors can't be slaughtered everywhere for somebody else's mistake.
No, ma'am, I don't think so. Doctors are slaughtered everywhere. That's a wrong perception. I disagree with that very honorably and very respectably. It's just that it's just that your profession, IVF or gynecology, deals with women, is one of the most critical aspects of any medicine. It's a high risk practice, and whenever there is a high risk, obviously there would be some laws to govern. And let's go back etymologically. If you see, even Companies Act or labor laws in India have a history, madam. Okay, because we have the largest company law in the world. We have the most complex labor laws in the world. Why that has happened also is very important, because obviously there was a history of industry exploiting laborers. There was a history of companies violating laws, basically. So self-regulation or self-assessment or having your own moral code of conduct is equally important, ma'am. So don't allow government only to come and regulate you. Why don't you regulate yourself? That is something also we need to see. Like, in UK, corporate governance is more like a self-governance, where companies come together and say that this is a code that we are following, best practice norms. So the government has kept out of it, But here in India, the SEBI has come out with a law for corporate governance, because companies never came together and said that we will self-regulate ourselves, basically. Okay, so that is a problem, madam. You should see historical background of how India works in here. And that is where the government concern is. So I again come back to the same point that a lot of lobbying needs to happen, a lot of perception. You need to meet that, Madam Geeta very frequently because she also has a lot of perceptions issues. So I think so, like Nandita met.
She's retired. She's retired.
Very nice.
Somebody
So
new has
so
come.
you're half,
We have to
half-
start all over again.
Yeah.
Nitish
So
will
then
tell
so-
us.
Nitish
No, I
will
think
probably
now-
bear with me what I
Hey,
say.
We have hardly
to
10
add,
minutes.
Yeah,
And I have
Nitish.
to wind up this show. We've had a wonderful debate, and I think this debate has been different from the usual debates of, bye and behen and everything. I think we've really gone to the nitty gritty of everything, and I perhaps have made people uncomfortable a little bit, but nevertheless, we have actually, reached the core of the problem, and we've been able to at least think, even if we've not been able to solve the problem, we've at least been able to think about the problem. And I'm sure all my stalwarts over here in very important positions will go back and will be able to raise these issues back with the government. And who knows, any stone, 5 stones, 10 stones thrown, and we don't know which of them will reach the bank. And hopefully, by the time we have the next meeting, we'll have quite a few changes that would have taken place in the government. Until then, I hope all of you've done a wonderful job. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to moderate such a wonderful team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Dr. Kamini Rao. I would also like to thank all our speakers, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Dr. K.D. Nair, Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, Mr. Amit Karkhanis, and Dr. Nitish Murtia for taking out time from their busy schedule and imparting us with a wealth of knowledge and information on this subject. Thank you so much. With that, we move on to the next segment, which is I welcome Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, for his remarks on the 4th India IVF Summit. Sir, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm seeing my friends now around. Very happy to see all of you. I don't think I can say anything which you don't know. But I want to start by saying a big thank you. And Amit did raise some interesting points. But there's one thing, Amit, I wanted to say in the beginning was the fact that I think these are a set of professionals who fought against the tide, against social stigma, against all the societal issues, and really brought forth a major issue that how much of infertility is an epidemic in this country and in the world, and how do we end up fighting this. Obviously, there are going to be fallouts of this. Obviously, there are going to be bad eggs. Obviously, there are going to be issues. But I think as a country, all of us together, and along with you, Amit, because you have been, I think, a very interesting voice into the system, because the laws are becoming more and more difficult rather than easier. And we all need to work together because of that. But really a big tribute to the generation of doctors who literally started this as a wage of fight. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been in the beginning. And I think we have reached a very different stage right now, where we are debating issues which are very different than what we were debating yesterday. So that was a major point for me to really pay tribute to this people who have really fought the battle very hard. And now the recognition that this is an epidemic, that 1 in 6 people globally, and we know, we talk about male and female in a very different context, but if you take people, then it is 1 in 6 people who face experience infertility issues in the world of reproductive age. So that's a large number. It's not, we are not talking of small things. Obviously, IVF is a part of treatment. There are many other solutions that all of you help through and practice. But the issues are getting more and more tougher, and on many aspects. The issues which all of you know well and would fight in a very good way is the issues of how these treatments are laid out and what needs to be done. We all need to come together on policy front. And I think this has been a major discussion always. We discussed this last time also, that literally we find the government stance on a different angle and different reasons. It won't be easy to fight that because they have made up their mind that there are issues here and they look at it from a sense of a little bit of negativity because of some fallouts. We will have to fight it slightly differently in terms of that this is no longer a syndrome or a disease. This has become like an epidemic. And if that is the case, how do we need to fight it? There are other battles that we are fighting. And I think Nitij is doing one of the biggest services, getting organized services into as another part of the story, yeah, along with the doctors. I think this is something very interesting that is happening in this field. The other major issues that are going to happen is, and I'm trying to link it back to India, but I want to raise this flag again, is the fact that, look, globally, the infertility rates are what they are, but the fertility rates have gone down as much as about 60%. The birth cohort is going down. The negative trend in population is now being seen. And for some countries, it has been beneficial, like India, it has been beneficial. In Bangladesh, it has been beneficial from a, pure population and, replacement rates. But that doesn't take away from the disease issue. But I'm coming to a bigger issue. The bigger issue that is happening is worldwide, what we are seeing is clearly countries have now started to face a working population problem. Age group of 25 to 60 is declining. Age group of 60 plus, for example, in Scandinavian country, more than 50% of the population is now 50 plus. Japan is facing the same issue. Many of these countries are now starting to push for better fertility rates. And therefore, one of the biggest aspects that is happening is they are incentivizing couples to have children. And therefore, what is happening is, therefore, because of these policy changes, we are also seeing that there is a push for better fertility help, reimbursements, IVF getting center stage in many countries. You see that reimbursement happening now in Latin America, North America. Some insurance companies, some states have included, happening in Scandinavian countries, many European countries. Spain, in fact, has become very liberal in the whole story. Japan, China now has a 3-child policy. All this is going to put a lot of strain on some systems. But one of the factors that I am seeing from the end of the manufacturer is the fact that this is going to put a lot of strain on raw materials and the manufacturing story, and how technology will need to change. And this is something that I keep highlighting, and we need to all to take cognizance of the fact that this is today and here. Only this month, China, because of their policy changes, have started to line up all the suppliers. And they are issuing one central tender for 17 provinces, and therefore forcing them not to, get into export of raw materials a little bit. It has been one of the major centers for collection of uri. So you understand how this spectrum is going to change and why we need to change over to more recombinant versions of technology in terms of the products being used. So this is a major change that we all will have to get used to. The quicker we do it, the better it is for us. All of us will need to be very cognizant of the fact that we could have strain on the supplies. And this, we saw it last year. It's a little bit eased this year, but once the China tender is done, we could see some changes there too. So all these are important changes that probably get missed when we discuss many other issues. And I thought that it is important to highlight in this forum that how one of these aspects is going to impact all of us in one way or the other. I think as we collaborate on a lot of things on policy, we will need to collaborating on how India can become more self-reliant in this. Because if India doesn't become self-reliant, we will face a very different problem on the product aspect too. So as much as technology can be used, I think many of us are trying to find solutions for this. But we need all your help, encouragement, and support to ensure that this transition happens properly and in time for us not to face the consequences of the global policy changes that are happening. They are very intertwined. As much as we talk about many other things and aspects, this is an important aspect to consider. Obviously, there are certain trends which are great because of the ability of the doctors and the practitioners, which has happened, is the fact that while there is discussion on delayed parenthood, there is discussion on lifestyle changes, which is happening more and more. But ART continues to be one of the best solutions that has come through. And if you look at delivery rate per cycle, there is dramatic change what you people have brought about. I think the success rates have gone up dramatically. The severe reduction in risk associated with IVF is also substantial. So there is great practice that is happening. We need to continue that. But I think this is going to be a big challenge for us in coming days because of several lifestyle changes and many other issues that are happening. The more we highlight this as a national epidemic, the better we are. I don't want to say anything more because I'm not an expert in this area and I should be very careful in saying what I'm saying. But I do wanted to highlight these 2 points, that on one hand, we are making great progress in terms of delivery at the end stage. We are facing policy change challenges of a substantial nature for which we will have to be together. And the third part is obviously the whole supply situation of products. That is something that we need to keep thinking about, that ultimately the natural resource is going to drain out, and thereby we need to keep caution on that aspect. Thank you everyone for being here, and I think this is going to be probably a very nice day-long session for everyone. I wish the organizers all the best, and thank you for inviting me to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So, Dr.
Thank you
Asavri,
so much, Mr. Sanjeev Navarngal, for your expert comments and remarks on this topic. Thank you very much. With that, we move on to our next session, which is on the topic of future of IVF in India, paradigm shift. And for this session, we have very eminent speakers joined here with us today. We welcome Mr. Vishwanath Saroop, who is the COO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. We welcome Mr. Vinesh Ghadia, who is the CEO and Executive Director of Fertility. We welcome Dr. Durga G. Rao, who is the co-founder and medical director of Oasis Fertility. We welcome Mr. Anubhav Prashant, who is the COO of Apollo Cradle and Children's Hospital and COO of Apollo Fertility. We also welcome Dr. Abha Majumdar, who is the director and head of Center of IVF and Human Reproduction at Sir Gangaram Hospital. This session would be expertly led by Dr. Vandana Hegre, who is the clinical director of Hegre Fertility Unit of Hegre Hospital, Hyderabad. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show along with everybody.
Yeah, hi, Ashavari. Yeah, hi, I'm here, Ashavari.
Just not clearly visible.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Ma'am, we can hear you, but your video is not.
Yeah, I'm just checking that. Yeah. So, yeah, hi, Ashavari. I'll just start the session. I'm just checking. I don't know why it's not coming on now suddenly. So, Ashavari, thank you for this platform. And as we celebrate the World IVF Day today, so I'll be moderating this panel discussion with all these eminent speakers whom I've met during my course of my practice. So as you put across that today's the topic of discussion mainly is going to be regarding addressing the infertility epidemic of India, right? And the future of India, especially the paradigm shift that we are seeing. So we have today 5 eminent panelists, and they are all eminent personalities in their own respective field of work. So we have a mix of clinicians over here, and we have certain business heads. And I would like to start by introducing firstly Dr. Durga Rao, who is the founder and the clinical director of Oasis Fertility. And welcome Dr. Durga Rao here. And we also have Dr. Abha Majumdar, who's a renowned clinician. She's the director and head of Gangaram Hospital. Welcome, Dr. Abha. And we have Dr. Vinesh Ghadia here, who is the CEO and the executive director of Fertility, who's taken over the position very recently. And we have Anubhav Prashant is here. Ashavari?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we have Anubhav Prashant here.
Yes, we will be Mr. Prashant will be joining very shortly.
Okay.
You can directly go ahead with the questions. We have Mr. Vinesh,
Vishwanath
Dr.
Swarup and
Abha,
yeah.
Mr. Vishwanath Sharoop already joined. Dr. Durga already joined. We can start with the questions.
Okay, so I think all of them being the key opinion leaders in this field. So probably we are having this discussion mainly because one, yes, we have the new ART regulations in place. So if you look at it, there are a lot of, because of that, probably you're seeing a lot of funding into this infertility space by venture capitalists and private equity investors. So taking this as the context, I think we are seeing that this has always been in a Western society. Like if you consider US and in Australia, almost, I think in America, almost 1/3 of the IVF clinics are affiliated to private equity. And in Australia, almost 2/3 of the clinics. And looking at that, probably India is going that way. To start with, I would like to start with Dr. Durga Rao, that because she has seen, basically in India, I've seen her start her practice as a doctor-owned center, and then she's driven it to a venture capitalist-owned management. So what does it mean for her patients, what she has seen, especially what she's seen the difference in terms of the quality of service, the pricing, or even the patient management protocols? Yeah. Dr. Durga, you heard my question? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not, there's a lot of disturbance and break in communication as well. So I'm sorry, Dr. Vandana, I couldn't actually follow you.
Yeah, see, you have seen the scene shift from a doctor-owned center to a capital-driven market. So what you have seen the difference in your patient care, the quality of care your patient received during this course?
Difference in the quality of care within which course of events are you talking about? Sorry,
from a doctor-owned center, because from a doctor-owned center to a equity fund-based. So, do you think the quality of service or the standards improved for the patients?
Sorry, there's a lot of break in communications.
Can't hear me from a doctor-owned. Dr. Durga, it's a doctor-owned center to a business-based. So, do you think the management changed? Can others hear me? Yeah. Asha, can you hear me?
Frankly, I think, there shouldn't be much of a difference in terms of the care that is being afforded to the patient as such. Because whether it is a doctor-owned clinic or whether it is, an organization that has private equity or, other kind of investors in it, that aspect of thing is more in terms of running the business and ensuring that there's uniformity in SOPs, processes are set in place, and there is a kind of an organizational hierarchy that is there. But bottom line is the clinician who sees the patient. I don't think there's much difference in terms of that being accorded to the patient as such. So coming to the patient-doctor relationship and the management that is to be accorded to the patient, I don't think there's much difference in that. At least I haven't let that creep into my patient and doctor communication or relationship. So, it's more in terms of unifying and creating a process and uniformity in the organization that the other aspects come into the picture, but not when it comes to the patient and the management itself.
Anybody else? Does Vinesh Gadia want to contribute anything to this question?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting question. I keep getting this questions in many other forums. I have a view that once there is an organized financial institution based investment happens, there is a shift in the way we handle the overall IVF service business, and all functions are professionally managed with professionals on board. I believe that patient care, instead of thinking about going the negative way, has gone by leaps and bounds on positive way. Because when it is backed by a professional private equity, there is ability to invest in right professional management team that brings the patient care into more professional domain. And I'll give you a practical example. Whether I was working in Nova as head operation or in Art as a CEO or now in 49 as a CEO and executive director, we have a defined patient journey, which is uniform and standardized. And in the defined patient journey, at every touch point, including whether it is registration at reception or handled by counselors or by psychologists, including doctors, and also having once in a whole cycle a meeting with embryologist, a patient journey is more defined, more standardized. All touch points are very professionally managed and people are very well trained. Once it is backed by a financial institution which has ability to see long-term investment. So overview of the question, my view is that patient journey is improved by significant leaps and bounds once there is a professional management team backed by a private equity investment.
Yeah, definitely. Because, Dr. Abba, one question to you is, yes, there's a lot of capital coming into this field. So there are certain fertility chains which are there in the mid and the small tier cities, in the geographically limited centers. So do you see that if they could survive in this changing scenario in India?
Madam, you are on mute. Dr. Abba, you are on mute. I still can't hear you, madam.
Your audio is not clear.
Remove the...
No.
Madam, we can't hear you. You remove your connection with the headphone with the laptop, I think.
No, not still.
I can't hear. Yeah, I can't hear. Yeah. Okay. Until then, Mr. Anubhav Prashant. Yeah. So, I mean, your take on this, the huge amount that is coming as a capital infusion into this industry. So how do you think this capital is going to get deployed? Is it only just expanding the number of centers or investing into the facilities that the lab requires? So I think infertility is a growing, and it's a research based, there's a lot of things that we need to do yet to improve our success rates. So how are you going to get into this field? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Munda. Sorry, Dr. Abha is, I think, still trying
I
to...
know, I'll ask her that question again.
We are unable to hear you, ma'am. We'll wait for you. Thanks, Dr. Munda, and good afternoon, everyone. So I don't think with the advent of, PE-backed ventures, it will be end of life for, single doctors or privately owned centers. India has always been a value accretive, ecosystem. And I'll just take a minute to digress and say, when e-pharmacies, for example, started in the country, everybody said this death nail for, the local pharmacy stores are all across us. And, discounting is going to sort of change the way it operates. But the local pharmacies have not only thrived, they have also grown. They've maintained their profitability. They have maintained access to consumers. They've in fact improved on service levels. And right now we're seeing what's happening with the e-pharmacies, etc. So that cost benefit, the cost advantage, which a nimble single hospital or a doctor-owned practice has, I don't think that's going to go away, right? What what I think PE-backed ventures or money should actually drive is improve the access in the country. Like you said, there are geographies where there are very few limited number of centers or very few quality centers, and because of which people still have to travel across the length and breadth of the country. If that can be improved, that's value add from the PE side. If money can be spent on improving clinical talent, both on the doctors front, embryology side, improving the qualified manpower for the practice itself, that's a value add from a PE side. Then what PEs also should be able to drive is the voice of the industry and say, this, for example, recognizes and need an active insurance participation, which is not there in the country. So I think those are the aspects that the private equity money and the standardization of the care across, that should be able to really change the dynamics of the practice as we see today. And at the same time, we are still about 1/4 or 1/8, depending on which country you can compare India with in terms of the overall cost of IVF. That cost advantage will always be with us, right? And then, so there will be, I'll say, chains and centers will operate at different touch points. That's happening across hospitals also. There are tertiary care hospitals which are metro based, which have very differential price points, and yet there are good tertiary care hospitals in the tier 2, tier 3 towns as well, which operate at a very differential price point. The proposition for the end patient is very, very different, right? So I think both will and continue to coexist.
Yeah.
Tell me one thing, Dr. Vandana, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, madam. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably, Dr. Abha, you can take the next question. See, with all this, we talk about industrialization and all that, but we as clinician, we know IVF is a success driven. At the end of the day, whatever you tell, we need to deliver that success. How do you see this kind of an industry development will support us in improving our success rates? Whether it is introduction of new protocols or new gadgets, how do you see the industry revolution that is happening here?
You'll have to repeat the last part of your question.
Okay.
Your voice was lost in the last part.
Yeah, we all heard this business part of it, and he told the quality is being given better, the standardization of the care, the clinicians' growth, everything is there. But at the end of the day, IVF, we are still reaching around 50% success rates. So any kind of this capital infusion that we are getting today to India, could you see, will it help us improve our success rates in future? IVF success rate,
Yeah, I feel there are a lot of things which are yet to come to improve our success rates. And if you take very small things, a good embryo selection will stop 3-4 embryos being putting back into the uteruses. That is a very important thing which our country needs to understand. If we are moving towards westernization so fast, we are having corporates, we are having PEs, then we also need to know that embryo quality selection is very important. Sperm selection methods are very important. AI may have a very big role in these. Say, if we find by PGTA, time lapse, everything put together, we say these two embryos look alike. We use AI and we find, oh, embryo 1 is much better than embryo 2. And immediately our pregnancy rates will reflect on the AI contribution to embryo selection, similarly to sperm selection. Then we may also have oocyte viability scoring, which can be done. And I think these are very important parameters that if we select the right sperm, our oocytes are better quality, we will get better embryos. And if we can select a good embryo and freeze only the ones which are going to produce a pregnancy, we will also reduce the cost of freezing, which is tremendous right now. 12 embryos frozen, 3, 4 transferred, nothing, no pregnancy comes up. We need very good embryo selection in our scenario, and that is where we will compare with the West, especially European countries, where mostly 1 or 2 embryos are only transferred.
So, Dr. Abbas, so can we say that whatever you mentioned now, whether it is time lapse, AI, they are going to be quite expensive investments into the center? That means centers need to do that many number of cycles to be able to afford this, right?
Correct.
So
see, I'll tell you, look at the Indira model. If
Yes.
they have 7 centers in Delhi, there is only 1 center which has a lab. This is what is the future of India, that you have lot of satellite centers where you can screen your patients, you can take consents, you can stimulate, you can monitor, but the laboratory is one where all the peripheral patients can come, and you develop that laboratory to the best laboratory possible. So instead of making 7 small laboratories, underdeveloped, under-equipped, you make one very well-equipped laboratory. I think this is the pattern even for institutions. I feel for my institution, my embryology lab can produce much more. If we have satellite centers which can cater to centers. So this is the future, and this is where even the 3rd-tier cities can be involved, where we don't need much equipment, maybe ultrasound, some hormone analyzer, and good trained clinicians sitting there to stimulate their patients, use the ART guidelines to sort of streamline what you have to say, the counseling, the consents, and then they come to a central centrally placed center for their cycles, where AI is there, where you have also electronic witnessing, so that errors are minimized. So everything should be there in one big laboratory, and it should be able to have enough patients to cover the cost also.
Thank you, Dr. Abha. Dr. Durga Rao, yeah. As now Madam told that, yeah, there are a lot of centers that are going to be increasing. So do you think that we actually do have those trained clinicians, embryologists, or the manpower? So how do you actually handle this kind of a demand? Because this is a very challenging situation, you know. You are expanding, but the skills are quite low presently, what we have in India. So how do you balance it out regarding the training of all the manpower here? You're there, Dr. Durga?
I think, yeah. Can you
yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think, looking at the ART bill has come into practice, there are quite a few things which I think I agree upon, and I support the bill in terms of the quality of the clinicians as well as the embryologists that need to offer these services in terms of fertility care. So I think that has standardized, and I'm hoping it would improve the quality of the clinicians that are available in terms of the right skill matrix as well as knowledge to for these treatments. So, I think India is moving in that direction to get that kind of quality that the patients deserve, and uniforming it, giving you that kind of a platform in which, a certain standard is expected is, I think, the best way to go forward. So this will not only improve the success rates, but also give us that right kind of environment in which proper research can go on. We can, because India, with the number of cycles that we do.
Can't hear you, yeah. Can others hear? I can't hear.
No,
we can't hear.
Last part we lost.
Yeah. Mr. Vishwanath Swarup, yeah, I'll get back to that.
In that respect, I think, it's only good going forward.
Network is bad, Dr. Durga. Can you just check? Yeah. We can't hear you. Can you reconnect, Dr. Durga? I'll just move on to Mr. Vishwanath Swarup. Yeah, he's heading the pharma company, BSV, which is supporting this panel discussion today. Sir, what I would like to know from you today is that we did, during COVID and all, we did have a problem with getting a few of the products, especially, because we did have issues with getting raw material for HCG, and these things are going to be there. So how do you see the future in India, where you're so dependent on raw products externally?
Right. So,
you're here.
Yeah, perfect. No, so thank you for the question. Also, really appreciate the richness of the discussion, and I thank all the fellow panel members here. Really good to see everyone around here. See, at BSV, I think we've been in continuous endeavor has been to support this space, because this is an important space, not just us as participants, but overall as a country. If you look at our population per couple, I think after the longest time we've actually seen a decline happening there, and yeah, it's in the right spirit, etc. But I think if you really talk to the experts, our replenishment rate of population, so to say, is actually below 2, which is not in a positive movement overall, and we will pay the price for that, like Europe is right now, with an aging population and not having enough young people to service the economy. So there's a very big macro issue that the IVF space is looking to solve, and with the increasing work pressures, this is going to be continued. Get even tougher, and that's why I think it's important to take this space seriously. One, of course, we've talked on the provider side. The point you're making on getting the right products, I think very clearly the dependency, and not just in the IVF space, but across the board on China, is significant. Of course, we do source a lot of products as a country from China in the API space. And you know what? like it or not, China is weaponizing this API supplies to India. Not the best of friends, right? And the Prime Minister's push of becoming Atmanirbhar, it has to, unless you're healthy, how will you actually grow your economy? How will you have a society which is conducive for normal potential growth, right? So I think we have done at BSV, we are the leading company in India developing the recombinant platform, because that is the only way you can reduce your dependency on sourcing products from China. So we already have launched one of our products, not in the fertility, but in the gynae space, in the female health space, which is an innovation coming out of India. We have a copyright patent and will be launched across the world. We're the leading player when it comes to, we were one of the first to launch the recombinant FSH, right? We are working on a whole platform of recombinant products, starting, and I can't name that because, of course, there is confidentiality around that. But you can think of any product in the fertility space, and BSV is making significant investments in the recombinant platform, because in our view, that is what will help us reduce our dependence on external supplies and make us a Atmanirbhar country in this space. So that's how I think we are really putting a lot of investments in that space. And with the support that we get from our clinicians in terms of their inputs, in terms of what needs to be delivered, we are very, very close with them. And so thanks to all of them to help us really sharpen our strategy. And we're trying to support this space as much as possible.
So, Mr. Swarup, I was coming to that only, because see, the only thing is to shift to recombinant. But when you're talking about reducing cost, making it more affordable, so shifting from urinary products to recombinant will definitely, it will be a small increase in the cost of the cycle, right?
Right. So I think this is also a little bit of a myth. It was true maybe if you go back, let's say maybe 15 years ago, right, where the recombinant technology by itself was very expensive and the natural sources were very, very easily available. Now, two things have happened. Natural sources are drying up or reducing. If you look at China's growth rate also is dropping sharply. Recombinant technology is becoming cheaper, right? So as we hit scale, the graphs will actually cross and it will be much more economically viable. Secondly, as at BSV, what we have launched, because we realize a couple in their late 20s, early 30s, dealing with the cost of IVF, we've actually launched a microfinancing program for them, right?
Yes.
So third party where we can help them break these high payments down in our EMI culture, EMI society, which our society today is very familiar with. So we've launched that. And believe it or not, over the past year or so, we've dispensed significant amount of loans, close to $1 million worth of loans, which will enable our young population to actually afford the dream of having a child. So again, not only from supplies, but overall affordability, etc., you will find BSV partnering in each and every way possible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. So coming back to Mr. Vinesh Gadia. So your take, see, now we know that the ART Act has been introduced to basically to regulate and supervise all the ART clinics and the ART banks. And it is not only to deliver a safe practice, but also the ethical practice for all the patients in general. So how do you see this impacting the industry, the fertility industry growth in India? Mr. Gadia, yeah.
So I think this question has been discussed, debated on several forums since the act is in place. And I can recall this journey about 10 years before, when a very eminent Dr.
Maybe, Mr. Gadia, do you think this is the reason that today the expansion is booming? Because you have the protocol regulations in place mainly.
So if you come to the outcome of the ART regulation, it has done two things, which is improving investment and industry's growth. Two things. In patients' confidence, or the patient's confidence in IVF has increased significantly because there is a law in place. and investors' confidence in investment has increased significantly from global investor because the law in place. So regulation has done two things, which is putting industry in right direction, improving basic quality or total quality management system, bringing some transparency and sanity in the business, because now there is law and a patient can ask question and there has to be a documented answer. So both put together has put the confidence of patient in right direction, and confidence of investors has increased. So it will only ignite better growth as industry is put in right direction with regulation. It was a long pending regulation. Of course, there are debates about some improvement in regulation, which will keep evolving as the way clinicians or IVF service provider have evolved from the learning curve of understanding the law. I think the government authority, with period of time, bringing more and more evolved regulation. You would have seen some regulation has been changed in last 3-4 months. It will keep evolving, but it's in right direction, right for patient, right for service provider, right for investor, right for industry.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Abha, coming back to you. We base all our clinical decisions on all the data that is basically published on international patients. That is, the ethnicity is definitely different. So do you think that our Indian patient profile or their genetic makeup is going to be posing unique challenges in their treatment practice? And will this promote better research for us with all this funding coming? Can we collaborate for better research, especially in the Indian ethnicity? Or is it the same? Even
no, there is a lot of difference. And, our genetic makeup, our ethnicity definitely has different challenges. Even though Poseidon today says that more than 35 is a poor prognosis patients. We were experiencing this for the last so many years that we were saying our 35-year-old are as old as 38-year-old Caucasian patients. So we definitely need research. And I feel, Dr. Vandana, our research needs to go into improving oocyte quality, because more than 35 age women are entering, 50% of women who are entering our IVF program are more than 35 years. We need immense research in improving oocyte quality. And in my mind, only two things come, that we have to start mitochondrial or cytoplasmic transfer into our older oocytes. It's not very difficult. We need funding for this, but we need it in a research pattern first. And then we will be able to do it universally. Like PRP has gone haywire into the whole country. For everything, people are using PRP without proper research models, without guidelines when to use and how to use PRP. But cytoplasmic transfer or mitochondrial transfer requires research. Endometrium is not such a big problem. Very few patients have that problem. But oocyte rejuvenation for women over 35 in India really requires research, in my opinion.
Now, coming up back to Dr. Durga. Dr. Durga, yeah, see, you're expanding your clinics across India. So definitely you have a larger patient base now. So will that help you actually conduct a larger RCTs for patients? And now what, I just want to know is, when you have investors who are looking for returns and therefore short-term growth, do you think they will support the clinicians' long-term interest in research?
No.
I just want Durga Rao to answer, because she's a clinician. I know what she does. So let her take this question. Yeah.
So frankly, I think this is where your clinical acumen and your business acumen has to come into picture when you are picking the right kind of people that you are associating yourself with. Ultimately, it's very important for an organization to grow. This has to go hand in hand. A business cannot thrive and cannot progress unless the basic ethos and of the patient care is not there in the organization. There is no soul in the organization, nor can the organization go into and bounds. So that is the foundation over which an organization is built upon. And when we are talking about patient care, like Dr. Abha says, for us in India, with the amount of work that is being done, it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to collaborate and consolidate the data that we have. In fact, over the last few years, because of the number of cases that we are doing, we are able to generate our own data to understand what is it that is actually making a difference. And we definitely know whether it is the ethnicity, whether it is a genetic predisposition of the woman, or the lifestyle that we women have. Infertility is on the rise. There is no question about it. Obviously, the data is telling us that. but there's a lot of contribution of preventive care which is not being addressed in India. There are so many issues here that can actually be addressed when, we are talking about, we did such a great job when it came to HIV. We did such a great job when we spoke about family planning. And we are doing a great job when we are talking about prevention in cancer. But I think, people and the government and the organizations per se are not putting in that amount of thought when we are talking about the lifestyle diseases that is being, increasing in India. We are the topmost when we are talking about diabetes, and we will get there even when it comes to fertility, because ultimately this is becoming a lifestyle disease. And unless those things are addressed, we will not be progressing. But coming back to your question, unless with the hopefully with the data and with the streamlining that we are looking at with the ART guidelines and regulations, if we are able to collaborate and consolidate the data that we have, I think great things can come out of us understanding what is the basis over which this country's infertility is increasing and how best can we tackle that. Because unless we know the causes and what is contributing to it, we will not be able to actually come out with any solutions towards it.
Yes, yeah, that's what I hope the investors look into this part also, because the future growth.
That is where you have to pick the investors that are, in tune with what you want the organization to progress towards. Yes. It's not always business, because this is ultimately science.
So that's why there should be a good understanding.
This is where I would want to make a comment also.
Yeah, Dr. Abha, please. Yeah,
because IVF is a science. It is not business. Medicine is science. It is not business. I understand the corporates, the Ps coming in and making big corporate hospitals. The malls have gone into the third tier cities also. I'm sure the Ps will also go into the third tier cities and make nice big hospitals. But when they have a business model underlying, there will always be pressure for the cases whether you perform well or not. So I feel that we have to look at it more as science and less as business and less as benefits also. This is my only stake on this. And that is what keeps me floating, that I feel that it is so much of science. If we can keep that afloat, we will be at par with the whole world. If the Ps can also consider this only, keep this motive in mind and not pressurize their clinicians or centers to bring in cases so that the numbers are more.
Yeah.
Can I come in for a minute?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Please contribute. Yeah.
At an appropriate time, I would keep breaking this myth about private equity investment focusing on short-term gain.
Okay.
This is my third company which is backed by private equity, and I'll take very quick. I can speak on this for half an hour. I don't want. The first private equity backed IVF chain in India was Nova, backed by Goldman. It brought sea change to us in terms of our ability to invest in lab, our ability to invest in equipment, our ability to invest on training of embryologists, our ability to invest in bringing world's best scientific IVF company, EV, to India as our partner. All this could happen because we were backed by private equity, and they backed science, not business. Our results improved from 36% to 61%, backed by private equity investment, because there was all ability to invest in science. We were the first in India to do an Indo-Spanish study, which now everybody talks about the difference between doses requirement because of difference in ovarian age of a Caucasian woman and Indian woman. That research also was done on cost of a private equity investment. When I was working in art, we brought the best lab equipments in India, which improved results again by leaps and bounds. Today in 49 also, backed by private equity, we have started a state-of-art clinic in Hyderabad, which is possibly one of the best lab in India. So I think investment coming from private equity, I have never experienced being in this field from last 15 years, in IVF for 30 years, but in service side from 15 years, all backed by PE. I have seen investors are long-term invested, not for short-term, and they focus on the heart of business, which is science. Here also, when we are talking today, OSS is backed by PE, 49 is backed by PE, and all the investment and visionary development today Bharat Serum is doing in terms of API, in terms of recombinant, is backed by a private equity. So I think someday I would definitely give my best to break this myth that PEs are there to make short-term investment or they put pressure on business. No, I think they professionalize business by investing in all departments, starting from science.
Yeah.
Vinesh,
Thank you for that
Vinesh,
insight.
your answer is very well taken. But then this is a very, very small part of the huge PE, which involves the corporate hospitals, the Max, the Fortis, and so many more. And this is not the aim of every PE. Short-term gains are bigger aims of PEs, which come for short while, and then all the centers close down and the PE disappears.
Madam, I'm speaking only from IVF perspective. I'm not working multi-specialty.
I'm also,
and I think I'm fortunate to work in all the three IVF chains by PE.
Yours is exclusively IVF. We're talking about IVF with other associations where IVF gets the smallest share of all the investment which is happening by PE. There, IVF just goes away like nobody's, like it just flies out of the window. Every time I see the center is open and it's gone because the PE feels that this is not functioning enough.
See, madam,
so I agree with your
currently, my platform is owned by private equity. They are invested for long term for 10 years. The only thing I think when we meet, we focus in how can we improve science.
Absolutely.
That's very good. If that's your insight, then that's very good. We take it. Yeah.
Yes.
So coming back to Mr. Swaroop. Yeah, see, we are clinicians on one side, you've got these business heads on one side, and you have the Indian population. So in Indian government or whatever, they are seeing the population explosion. They are not seeing the infertility, the market, that because you can see the ART Act, how it is devised. There's a very stringent rules on third-party reproduction, surrogacy. So literally we can tell they're all stop. I mean, there's a stop to surrogacy. So how can you as a pharma-based company, how do you see that? Is there a small role that you can play, at least in creating awareness for patients? Because most of the clinicians, we get our patients very late. That is because of one, accessibility, yes, but even awareness is very poor in this category of patients. And even though incidence is increasing, there is a stigma around infertility because nobody talks about it until they face it after a very long duration. So how do you see as a pharma company, whether you can put your role in creating awareness?
So, three things with no pun intended. I think the way you started off, on one hand, you have clinicians, on the other side, we have pharma company, and then I think we all have to get on the same side first. The couples, let's not call them patients, the pharma company, the practitioners, and the government, and we have to align them on the same side. And we are. I think the intent of the human race to some extent is dependent, and the joy of having a child, it is something every couple looks forward to, right? Now, having said that, I think very clearly the government has outlined their priorities. They are very supportive, but yes, right now IVF is not supported as part of Ayushman Bharat or things like those, but there is always a journey which happens. And if you see some states, the state of Maharashtra, our home state, is actually starting to do some work in that space. Now, what can we do as a participant here, right? First of all, I would say, we've talked about the ART bill. I think Vinesh and other people also touched upon. I think we have to look at it in the right lens. The right lens is that it's going to ensure standardization, ensure right practices come in, ensure that, surrogacy is not stopped, but there is commercial surrogacy and malpractices, etc., need to be stopped, right? And I think what we are doing is we've launched a program which will go around and look at independent centers and help them understand this act, number one. Secondly, help them align their practices and their processes with their act. So we have, under the banner of BSV, we're standing with all our customers, and we will ensure that they are in letter and spirit capable of adhering to this law, right? And why is that important?
Adhering to the law is different. What I'm asking is there any role that you can play? Because see, we need to see patients early now. We need, if they can accept this, embrace IVF, I would say earlier than later, our success rates are definitely going to improve. Absolutely. So as pharma companies, could you, as a social responsibility, could you create programs of awareness and promote IVF better.
I'm coming to that. First of all, we want to make sure that the centers are ready to take in these patients, because with the law coming in, I think everybody has to go through a change. So that's one initiative. The second initiative, which is hitting on what you're talking about in terms of creating the awareness, this initiative by itself is going to get viewed by a few million people. We've been doing this over the years for the last, now that I think this is the 4th edition that we're doing it. That in addition to creating awareness in large corporates, creating awareness in tier 2 towns, the stigma that you talked about, saying how this is real and putting a pressure, the mother-in-law putting pressure or the society putting pressure on a lady is not fair. We're picking up these social causes and driving awareness, one within the population, the couples. Second, I think within the practitioners as well, so that, you know, a typical gynaec can identify and move them into the IVF space or the first IUI and then IVF space at the right juncture. So I think we, as a women's health company, take this as a moral responsibility to drive this. So we are coming at it, making sure that the infrastructure is compliant and helping our customers get there. And secondly, driving the right traffic and at the right stage, so that our success rate essentially goes up. So I think we are working at both ends.
Mr. Anubhav Prashant.
So, and I think like Dr. Durga also said, more needs to be done on the preventive side itself. You know, you essentially identify and screen these couples and not patients much earlier. And while the awareness has obviously gone up, where leaps and bounds, the acceptance has also more importantly gone up, more prominently after the ART Act has come into play. But I think with more information availability, I think the screening of couples as early as possible, identification of this, and maybe including this as part of health checks also. You know, your mandatory routine health checks should have your fertility screening as part of the dossier. We are talking to a few corporates, and Vishwanath also brought that up. The corporates have a large role to play in educating their own workforce that this is a reality. It's something to be reckoned with. Just like how diabetes or cancer care, etc., is spreading, we are getting there as a large population infected with infertility. So we catch them young, catch them early. I think the success rates will only go up, like you said.
And you also mentioned, Mr. Anubhav, that during your talk, that definitely fertility treatment, though we talk about the cost, it is 1/5 or 1/6 the cost in Western, if you compare it to Western societies. So do you see that with all this private equity coming with good doctors, India has good doctors, the language of communication being English. So do you see medical tourism boom for IVF in India, Mr. Anubhav?
It will. I mean, we were already, for wrong reasons, we were already the hub for surrogacy in the world. But even for the right reasons, we will definitely always have the cost advantage. And we were talking about this on another forum as well. The access and probably India's leadership at G20 couldn't have come at a better time. Our medical advances, our infrastructure, our doctors have been really showcased very well by the government. The access in terms of e-visas, for example, getting it more convenient for patients to travel here, creating the whole ecosystem where it's not just limited into the terms of the treatment they're getting, but also the other paraphernalia, right? The treatment, the stay costs, the linguistic troubles, all the other aspects, if those are taken care of, I think we can really do very well in terms of medical tourism.
Yeah, that's one avenue that will open up, I think. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, Dr. Durga, coming back to you. So now we know that the ART Act has come. There is also the National ART Registry that is going to be set up, and we will be reporting all our cases. So definitely we are going to have the numbers, the number of cycles being done, the number of centers, clinics, banks, and we are also going to have probably a public display of all our success rates, right? So that's what India will get now. So here, I just want to understand
hope that it gets to that point, because having an act is one thing, implementing it is a completely different thing. So,
it will take time, Dr. Durga. I just want to understand this one point.
I think we're getting there, yes.
Yeah. See, the clinics that are funded now, Dr. Durga, see, we both understand, we are doctors, we have a lot of bad prognosis patients. Now, when success rates, I'm assuming success rates are going to be displayed publicly, do you think the clinicians or the embryologists, see, now the clinics that are funded will have an algorithm to rate the clinician because that is required as a part of quality control, how good each clinician is, how good your center is performing, how good that embryologist is. But now not when success rates are good, it's quite of a reputation when you have equity-based companies. So it is displayed. Do you think that clinicians will refuse to take difficult cases, whether clinicians will cancel early on? You have a poor stimulation going on, you've got poor quality embryos, you're not going to transfer them. Or do you think they're going to convert to oocyte donation earlier than required? So something that I want you to tell as a clinician, how do you see?
I think, ultimately it is not up to the clinician to make these decisions. And what is important is to have an extremely transparent communication with the patient to say that this is what we are looking at. These are what your success rates are in the different options that are available, and leaving it to the patient to make a decision. So, coming back to your question, will I refuse somebody who's come with a poor ovarian reserve? The answer is no. Because we have to still, the option of providing the patient with the options are still there.
Yes.
The blessing point here is that the patient gets to make the choice now, without any kind of undue pressure, saying that these are the options and then this is how much the cost is going to be. Be very clear about that. Your options, the cost of the cycle, and your success rate.
As you grow as a tertiary center, Dr. Durga, when you have a lot of bad prognosis patients, definitely the success rates can go down because you're catering to a higher, with poor sperm quality, poor oocyte quality, higher advanced stage.
When you're talking about,
how do you balance? Yeah. How do you explain it to your management, basically? That my patients are like this. You can't question me. Yeah.
No, fair enough. No, but then this is where your data should also be fragmented based on the kind of people that you're treating.
Yes,
hopefully. Are you treating more women who are more than 35? Are you treating, women who have got into premature ovarian insufficiency? So there are so many factors that come into the picture. Stratify your data according to the kind of population that you're seeing. But I think refusing treatments, I don't think, we will ever get there.
Yeah, I hope so, because this I'm taking it from an article, Dr. Durga. So I'll just come back to Vinesh Gadya because he told that he's worked in 3 big corporate centers. So coming back to you, Gadya, there's an article which got published in the Journal of Assisted Reproduction and Genetics just last year, where they've actually gone through. See, you told about diagnostic labs being taken over. You told pharmacy, dental chains, dermatology. But when it comes to infertility, there's a lot of research and academics involved over there. So what they've told in this journal is, since the last decade, where they've studied, where there has been a monopolization of IVF clinics in Western societies and in Australia, you see the live birth rate has decreased. I just wanted to address this. There's a patient satisfaction that has been declining and costs have increased. There's a journal, there's a proper article on this. And where investors are looking for ROI and all that, you told, no, that's not the way investors. So you today are heading a fertility center. How do you intend to keep this patient's interest at the center of this, whatever we call the IVF boom in India? So how do you balance this clinical outcome, patient satisfaction? So I'm quoting a research article.
So first of all, I would plead ignorance that I have not read this article, and I would be surprised by the outcome. And we're not going into detail of the article. I'll only express my view, and backed by private equity. If I worked in the third company, I would try to express what I believe is the right way of doing business. So in IVF business, we all would agree without debate that the whole business depends on how well we are scientifically poised to give the best-in-class clinical outcome, protecting safety of the patient with utmost standards of ethics and with complete transparency. I think this 4 content pillar doesn't change, whether it is backed by private equity or whether it is backed by a doctor-owned, doctor-operated clinic. Results without compromising on safety, with utmost transparency and highest standards of ethics is the way to do business. Anybody who is investor, whether it is private equity or doctor's own investment, anybody deviating from this path is going on a sliding slope to bottom. So I firmly believe that focusing on result, protecting safety ethics and transparency and patient satisfaction is the way to go. Like we capture patient satisfaction protocol on digital ecosystem on a tab where patient enters her or his mobile number, we get OTP, patient enters his feedback, so it's not influenced by staff. And we track net promoter score every month from every clinic. If there is a fall of patient satisfaction, that clinic, the whole team, including the center manager, including the doctor and the clinic team, would be asked question that what is going wrong. Same is with result also. First thing what we review as overall is business is our clinical pregnancy rate, which is divided into, of course, parameters in lab like FERT rate, plastulation rate. So this path doesn't change for a growth of business, and it is irrespective of investment done by a private equity or it is doctor-owned investment. If this is happening in Australia, I am surprised, but I'll tell you my view also on Australia. It's the one of the rare country where the whole country, Australia, all IVF clinics are owned by only 2 or 3 companies, and there is no competition there now. Possibly that kind of saturation or that kind of consolidation in India, we are 25 years away.
Okay.
So we would tackle this question later in the stage. Today, I don't see in India, at least for next 10 years, any kind of saturation coming in, any kind of non-competitiveness or consolidation that there is no competition left, that people will only focus on profitability and take results declining for granted, takes patient satisfaction protocol on granted. I don't think we are there for next 20, 25 years. Directionally, I would believe that we will never go there.
Okay. Dr. Abba, your take on, because there are certain centers in the US which are doing PGTA for all. So do you think that this commoditization of IVF or whatever we call this industrialization, you see the excessive use of add-ons in this treatment without any evidence backing it, or excessive use of all freeze cycles, or even social egg freezing for that matter? How do you see it going? Or it is all clinicians' decision? It will be supported at every...
You are on mute.
No, I'm not. You can't hear me? Hello?
No, Dr. Abba
is on mute.
Oh, okay.
All right, now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, madam.
So one is you asked regarding PGTA for all. No, we don't support it. Neither does evidence support it. All the evidence which rises is PGTA only for women over a certain age. And we have analyzed our data that even for the older women, whether we do PGTA or not, even the euploid embryos don't implant.
So Dr.
To say that live birth will really increase after PGTA is not so much evidence-based. Number 2, you said other things like freeze all. No, that also is not true, because if we have low number of oocytes and we have embryos which can be frozen and we have an embryo which can be transferred, we will still go for a fresh cycle, even though our frozen cycle is giving us results, implantation rate and pregnancy. We are doing single embryo transfer for the last 5 years, elective single embryo transfer only. When we talk about single embryo, it's blastocyst. And the pregnancy rates, implantation rates are in between 60 to 70%. So we would still go for a fresh transfer, because in fresh transfer, we would get an implantation rate or a pregnancy rate of 35%. So we would do a fresh transfer if we have extra embryos to freeze. But if we have only one good embryo, we would rather go in for freeze. Third question was, you said freeze all and euploidy screen.
No, I'm asking you that. See, this equity market has a lot of market in revenues coming out of add-on.
Now I get girls.
Increasing the market that is not still open in India, which is going to eventually open up. Yeah.
Yes. I get girls 28-year-old, 30-year-old with an AMH of 5 and 6 underlying PCO, and they say we come for egg freezing. So, we have to counsel them, we have to make them understand. And if we tell them all the pros and cons, and we tell them if you find an appropriate partner in the next 4-5 years also, you could have your own conception. But we don't stop them from egg freezing, or we don't say no, we will not freeze, despite all explanations and counseling. If they still want to freeze their eggs, for whatever reasons. And it will grow in our country. I mean, earlier we used to have women in their 40s who used to come for freezing. Then we started having women over 35, and now I have women around 30, plus minus 2 years, who come for egg freezing. So this will grow, Vandana. Our main intent is to counsel, to make them understand that these frozen eggs are barely used in 10 to 20% of women. Rest all keep lying in the freezer. So this is what they have to understand. The cost of maintaining the freezing, a year after year cost, all is going to be great. And after 10 years, I don't know what we will do. If she's 35 and she's frozen until 45, she's not used. Are we supposed to throw them away or give them to a central collection center? That time will show us.
So going by all this, I think fertility is definitely the area to be in for this decade at least. And I think all the stakeholders, I think it's very good growth curve. I think because of all these funds coming in, I'm sure many gynecologists would look this as for a career growth also, because it has growth opportunity compared to the other specialties in medicine. So I think with the national registry coming in place, I think with insurance coming and accreditation can, I think, establish the quality assurance being going for the patient. So I think at the end of the day, patient gets all the benefits of good clinicians, good training, ART Act, and the funds that are coming in. So just as a last point, takeaway, anything you want to tell Mr. Anubhav? As what do you see the future by 2030 in India? Yeah, IVF.
Yeah, so I think like you clearly summed up, the future is for the patient. I think better access, better quality, transparent information availability. But they also have to be cognizant that all of this quality will come at a certain price point. It's not going to be the similar price point which you had to live for the last 5-6 years. I don't think IVF cost has moved anywhere in the country. Because this will require investment from everyone, not just us and not just single hospitals or single doctors also. It will require investment from everyone in creating capacity, deploying technology, improving access. So this will only be beneficial for the patient, but it will again come at the right price for them. It will still be highly competitive against the rest of the world.
Yeah. Dr. Durga Rao, any final conclusion you want to tell regarding the future for the next decade?
I think, like you rightly said, this is the space to be in terms of the science. Business obviously will continue, but even in terms of science and the advancements, I think fertility is the space to be in. Definitely, it's a nascent, field. It's only been about 45 to 50 years old, and there's so much more that we still have to learn, understand, and research. So definitely, a very progressive field, but very important. And I think at this juncture, India seems to be at that point wherein we can only go ahead, and the best thing would be for the implementation of the act. Yes, it's an extreme good thing to have come across, but I think it's very important that we even implement it to the letter, at least as far as the quality of a lab should be concerned, the quality of the clinician leading the lab is concerned. I think if we implement that to the letter, then things are only going to get better. And obviously, in terms of the success rate that we can give our patients, it's only going to be a matter of time before everything gets a bit more streamlined and organized.
Yeah. Mr. Swaroop, anything last conclusion as we will end the session here?
Yeah, no, I think a lot has been said, and I think it's moving in the right direction. I think more and more corporates need to participate. I think as participants and also a responsible company, we have obviously started covering the cost of IVF treatment for our employees. And I encourage more and more organizations to start doing that before the IRDAI picks it up and covers this as part of insurance.
Yeah. So thank you all for your great insights into this discussion. I think it was really interesting, and definitely even I learned a lot regarding this is a nice corporate conglomerates entering into the science. It's a very nice future ahead, I would say. Thank you so much, and thank you to IHW and BSV for this platform provided to all of us, and happy World IVF Day to all of us. Yeah.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana Hegde, for so expertly moderating this session for us. Thank you. I would also like to thank all our speakers for participating in this session. Thank you, Mr. Vishwanath Saru, Mr. Binish Gadia, Dr. Durga G. Rao, Mr. Anubhav Prashant, Dr. Abha Majumdar, for taking out time from your busy schedule and imparting us with wealth of knowledge and information on this topic today. Thank you so much. With that, we move on to the next session, which is on the topic of future of IVF, talking about insurance coverages for better health outcomes, for which we have very eminent panelists here with us today. I welcome Dr. K. Madan Gopal, who is the advisor for Public Health Administration Division for National Health Systems Resource Center, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Sir, we welcome you to the show. We also welcome Dr. Shivani Sachdev Gaur, who is the founder and director of SCI Healthcare, SCI IB. Ma'am, welcome to the show. We welcome Dr. C. Jyoti, who is the clinical director and advanced ART specialist at Fertility 9. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Randhir Singh, who is the director of Test Tube Baby Center and member of State Assisted Reproductive Technology and Surrogacy Board for Madhya Pradesh. Sir, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Runa Acharya, who is the clinical director and senior consultant of Fertility Solutions of Medical Fertility, Hyderabad. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. And this panel is very expertly moderated by Dr. Urvashi Prasad, who is the director of the Office of Vice Chairman at Niti Aayog. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. And with that, I hand over this session to you.
Thank you. And it's really a pleasure to be moderating this session. So we have an eminent panel and we have a vast scope of topics really to cover, but I will begin with Dr. Randhir Singh because I believe he's joining us from the OT. So we'll try to cover his questions first, and then we'll move on to the other panelists. Dr. Singh, if we can really begin with you, and you're of course a member of the State Assisted Reproductive Technology and Surrogacy Board in Madhya Pradesh, apart from being the director of a test tube baby center. And so I think, you can really give us rich insights from a state perspective in terms of how should we be looking at insurance, health insurance and IVF. How should the state policies, be designed? What are some good practices maybe that you have seen at the state level, which we can actually replicate in other states in India? So if we can get your perspective on this, Dr. Singh, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Urvashi. The very point this act has come in 2021, all we know that the act has come because many of us were not following the ICMR guidelines. We have crossed the ethical issues. And this formulation, everybody should know that no act is total 100% correct. So it gets a modification by the more norms of rules. Like in 96, 97, it was PNDT Act. IVF was not that common in India, so they started with only PNDT Act. When they came to know that IVF is a new generation, new scientific tool, they modified it into the PCPNDT, that is preconception. So this act, whatever the act has come, it is going to get changes. For example, recently, Dr. Nanita Palshetkar, ISAT president, got very good effort with the National ART board members that andrologist definition was only for MCH super specialists. Now, all the persons or 20 years who are working with us as a general surgeon and doing very good tests and all. So now coming to the practices that, as I state, MP state was the first state to start the inspection and making the local Bhopal, Indore and all 4-5 centers. Our health, the lucky we were in MP was Dr. Urvashi is that our health minister is a doctor, our health secretary is a doctor, and we know dictate our other doctors. So we, as soon as the act passed from the parliament, I put it into the knowledge of secretary and health minister. They formulated all, and we got a very good, knowledgeable young doctor, Dr. Pragya Tiwari, at the deputy director. So we formulated all the laws. I circulated being in among I'm a state because I am very much in the IFS also, ISAR also. I circulated everything. Wherever I go to ISAR, wherever I go to IFS, I go to out of India HLA conferences, we circulated. So the main aim is that the two topics, that is third party. When the patient, her own are there, then another insurance comes, nothing else. It's a third party. Third party includes sperm donation. Sperm donation hardly needs any insurance. Egg donation, and then the surrogacy. These two are very, very touchy. Because if you see in the past, I think after the ART Act also, during the Act in Tamil Nadu, it wrote some incidents happened for a minor egg donor. And that went into the, I think, courts. So my aim and our aim should be that as we implemented in MP, the egg donor should be safe. Safe means as within the Act, that you should not take too much ovulation, supra ovulation, not to aim many oocytes. Just have a healthy, as Aba Majumdar madam told today, that you can have a single blastocyst transfer. For single blastocyst transfer, we need hardly 5 oocytes, or maximum you can go to 7. So the Act says 7 oocytes. If your lab is perfect, your embryology is perfect, everything is perfect, I think 5 to 7 oocytes will give a good blast. Now, recently I was in Australia, as Aba Majumdar madam told, all the things which were last 20 years have gone down. The all Cochrane study says freeze all doesn't improve the results. Then going for day 2 or day 5 transfer, the same. PGD they have ruled out because what? Even a normal PGD embryo can be abnormal or reverse wise. And abnormal PGD also have given a normal baby birth. So now unethical practice is that don't unnecessarily move for egg freezing. Don't move for the embryo freezing. Still the fresh transfers are as good as that. Now comes the insurance, which you told me the part. What in MP we have done, when you go for egg donor, we have registered ART banks. Almost everywhere, I think in India, if suppose there are 4,000, 5,000 IVF centers registered, 25% they have registered for the ART bank. So in MP, I think 10 to 15 ART banks have been registered. All the ART bank has to, for example, in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, what we have done, a patient coming to a Dr. Monica Singh, my wife, if the patient needs egg donation, I will give a certificate, a medical certificate she needs. So I have to prove in every court that why she needs egg donation. Who are ovarian donor? Insurance. Now insurance has given a 3 lakhs. So what I told, don't be strict to a norm which has been given the ART Act. If a egg donor has some ovarian abscess, some problem, she might land a good Apollo hospital or a corporate hospital. The 3 lakh insurance might not be complete. So if it's my center, I have done that. I have the ART bank also. The insurance premium is very minimal. Ask the commissioning couple to get it to more. It can be 5 or 10 lakhs because you will be in safer place. For example, surrogacy. Surrogacy, what they have done that the baby is going to be carried for 9 months. So insurance part should be that even if the commissioning couple has stuck somewhere, insurance at least will take care of her health, because the Act says the commissioning couple has got the right of a baby, but over that is a right of a human right that the surrogate should be healthy. So the insurance part, initially we were in the very problem. Dr. Shivani knows very well, no insurance company was coming, but now the IRD has recent past few months, they have issued order, and very soon every insurance people are going to come with that. So my take-home message for everybody is that India, in MP, last 2 months back, we issued the surrogacy for the first time patient. The couple was there. And recently I was talking with Dr. Shivani. Delhi government has also started issuing the surrogacy. So take-home message is that just extend the insurance part a little more, that you are comfortable. Even if the patient is going to get 9 months admission at the ICU, just pay more little for an insurance premium.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for those insights. Just one quick question before we we let you go, is that if you were to you've already talked about that to some extent, but if you were to look at how state governments can probably be encouraged or incentivized or supported in including infertility treatments, IVF in insurance coverage programs. What could that support entail, or how could we incentivize, how could we encourage state governments to do that?
I think the insurance company, you know very well, IRDA is a central government. State doesn't have that much stake part. But at least if anybody comes that, because it's a very good question, because MP is the only state in whole India where Ayushman Bharat gives free IVF treatment. But in that, there is no egg donation, no surrogacy. So suppose my CM starts allowing egg donation also. So in that, the insurance will take a part. And I think this is a very good question when I meet, because I am a resident also from Bhopal Nursing Home, because now, till now it was a patient owned. But suppose a young girl has got the ovarian reserve very much low, because they're getting a lot of tuberculosis. Childhood tuberculosis will get AMH less than 0.1 or 0.2 at the age of 23, 24. And she's very poor. And CM want to help her. So the egg donor will come part. For egg donation, then again the insurance. So it is very good question. Let the CM, my CM, give a letter to the health department, union health department, that please increase the list of insurance companies.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for joining us, and that too from the OT. It was very helpful to have your perspectives on this panel. So with that, I'll move on to our other panelists and get their opinions on this. So I would have actually ideally started with Dr. Madan, because he can give us a very holistic perspective on government health insurance, given that he's worked in this space for many years. So I'll go to Dr. Madan now, and really my question would be that we heard a little bit on, or quite extensively rather, on the state government perspective. Where do you see, from the overall government, the central government's perspective, and insurance, how do you see infertility treatments fitting in? How could they be structured? What is the kind of role that government can really play in sort of enabling this whole ecosystem? So if we can get your thoughts on that, Dr. Madan.
Okay, thank you, Urvashi. I'm traveling on my way back to Bhubaneswar from Rairanpur.
Yes,
so I
no
will be
problem.
switching on my video to say some
No problem. Yeah, no problem.
So your question is very pertinent. I think Dr. Randir has already mentioned about few of the recent advances which have happened. One of the recent things which has happened in this direction is the IRDA has now covered the surrogacy in this for fertility treatment. But for complete ART, assisted reproductive technology, a lot of work is to be done. In PMG also, we do support the treatment, but not the donation and the other part. So that is still work is in progress, and we see that how we move in that direction, depending on request and the actual calculation from the market. It will depend on that. So that's one thing. Second thing is now the corporates, they have come up with this ART, corporate insurance. That means in the insurance sector also, apart from the IRDA guidelines, the corporates is encouraging the young couples the ART treatment through the corporate insurance. Now that kind of guidelines, that's the way in the direction that how the ART is also being supported through insurance. That's a major development which has happened, and we see that how things move in that direction. Now coming to the government insurance, we all know that around 80 crore population is covered by one insurance or other insurance, the government insurance. In that, if there is a requirement, the technology assessment division at the DHR, they can take a call on this, whether to include this as a part of package or not. Still, it's very early stage of discussion. The moment STA starts in, then the package formulation and other things can happen. But till such time, discussions are only happening, and we see that in which direction we go. If you are able to convince the policymakers with a very good and cost-effective package, So obviously it will find place into the government Ayushman Bharat scheme as well. But till such time, so we have to generate more evidence, do more actual calculations so as to convince the people to include that in the health benefit package of Ayushman. The moment it is entered into the health benefit package, obviously the uptake will be more. You see how the government programs influences. You way back when the RFP was started, so people never thought about having packages. When the health benefit packages were announced at that time, the insurance company also started thinking of, and they have created a preferential provider network. So that was the offshoot of the RFP program. If we are able to find out a package for treatment in Ayushman, I think that will set at least benchmark in the market and at least regulate the things. Previously, as mentioned by Randeep, saying that the PCPNDT Act was for this. Now there was called for ART Act, which was enacted 2 years back. We see that we have to always think that how the costs and other things are brought down, and this treatment is made available to the poor person, which we are targeting to Ayushman. So, Urvashi, this is all work in progress on the government side. We see that how it shapes us. So we can't say that how it will evolve and what kind of packages and other things would be developed.
Right. No, thank you, Dr. Madan, for that perspective, and I'll come back to you, later in the panel. My next question is to Dr. Shivani Gaur, and two questions actually. One really following on from what Dr. Madan said, and also before that Dr. Randhir. We were talking about the policy space and state and central government and what role they could potentially play, and would request your thoughts on how you see from your perspective in terms of advocating, providing better evidence, providing better data perhaps, and also perhaps ideas on how a package for IVF, for instance, or other infertility treatments could be structured when we look at insurance, because it's not just the procedure itself. It's the antenatal part, the postnatal part. So if we were to include it, how would we structure it? So I think, what sort of role do you see for someone like yourself, your institution, in really helping us also better understand the structuring of a possible package, and how it could be included within say an insurance scheme. So your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much, ma'am, Dr. Urvashi, and it is really nice to be here with Dr. Randhir and Madan Gopal sir, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Una, my very dear friends. So as far as the insurance package is concerned, I have worked in an insurance system for 4 years under NHS in England. So we already have many different countries' models in front of us. We know what was their good point and what was the problem in those models, because when we see our ART Act and our Surrogacy Act, also they in the act itself, in the discussion, they mentioned that they have looked at international data and they have looked at international policies before they made this act. So when we talk about our kind of setup, of course, I come from a private practice kind of setup, and majority of the fertility work, as you know, in the country is being done by private setups, not currently in government setups. So here, there has to be very clearly defined criteria, because whenever insurance comes in, they are going to define criteria. Like in government hospitals in Delhi, whether it is AIMS or UCMS or Harding or Stephen, wherever, there are so many IVF centers in government, that the woman should have no babies, or she should not have any child before she comes for fertility treatment? What is her age criteria before she comes? Is it a rule that she must have less expensive treatments before you do an IVF? Should she do intrauterine insemination? If she does, how many times would you want her to do intrauterine insemination before the insurance says that now she can go for IVF treatment? Is there an exception made in this, that there are certain women who have certain conditions because of which intrauterine insemination is not suitable? They have to go directly into IVF. There are certain cutoffs, like an AMH level. Where we worked in England, we had a cutoff. So if the woman's age was more than 39, that means 40 and above, the government would not give her the insurance. Why? Because the success rate was very low. So the expenditure was too much to get almost a negligible success rate with the self eggs. They also had a cutoff of something called FSH level or AMH level. And above that level, we would not give insurance. There was a cutoff for weight. If the weight of the patient is above a particular level, this now talks about lifestyle factors, that unless these lifestyle factors are corrected, we will not permit the woman to go forward for fertility treatment. Then there is a criteria of living children. That if they have a living child, probably they will not be given any reimbursement if they want to do IVF treatment. This was the criteria where I worked. And the number of cycles. So it depends on which area you live. It is called like a postcode lottery. I mean, Dr. Randhi was talking about MP and Delhi. So each and every state has their own criteria. Some state will fund 3 attempts. And there are people in England who moved across states. So people moved and changed their residence so that they can get 3 attempts of IVF funded versus 1 attempt probably where they were staying. So, and when an insurance comes into the picture, and especially a private kind of insurance, they will probably have so many criteria before they agree that yes, an insurance policy should be made. Now, when there will be a very big emphasis on the cost and benefit analysis also. So overall, what is seen is that the insurance in England does not fund intrauterine insemination, because the success rate is only 20-25% and they feel it is not worthwhile. It only funds IVF. So what happens in UK practice is that intrauterine insemination is hardly done. Somewhere the insurance is also guiding the practice of the doctors, because the IUI treatment is not funded and the patient has to pay £1,000 from their pocket, whereas IVF, they pay only £5 for an insurance. The insurance is guiding that you don't do IUI and go straight for IVF. Whereas medically speaking, maybe that person could have had success with 2 or 3 attempts of intrauterine insemination. So somewhere the insurance policy, when it is formulated, will have to look at all these points. And ma'am, as you very rightly pointed out, the treatment doesn't end on the day that the pregnancy test comes positive. It has to continue for the entire duration of 9 months. And we must remember, this is a high-risk pregnancy. By way of being conceived by IUI or IVF, it becomes high risk. Now, insurance is anyway very reluctant to even fund a normal pregnancy, because they feel, and if you tell them that you fund a high risk situation, maybe some of them may get cold feet, and it might be very difficult to actually get them to the point that they are going to agree and accept to do that. So there are many issues that will have to be sorted. And as private practitioner, what we can help is that already there is a national registry. And if you see, majority of the data that will be coming into the national registry is going to be from the private sector of IVF. You will get data on how many cycles, the age, the demographics, the success rate, pregnancy, if you want, pregnancy complications. So you will have a wealth of data to which the private sector can provide. And but I feel that it is very important to understand IVF is not a luxury. People say, oh, there is too much population. This is not the debate, that this is a luxury. Nobody goes for IVF unless they are absolutely in a desperate situation and they needed family's basic unit of our society. So we must recognize it is not luxury, it is a disease, it needs treatment, and for that people will need to go to a hospital, and they should just not be left out. And also excluding of sectors like single men, single women, LGBTQ population, what about them? Insurance for them, like they are also a part of a country population. So this will also have to be looked at, because in certain countries they are funded, certain countries they are not funded. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. And you raised many important points. And also thank you for bringing in the experience of UK, because, I think this is something where, there is a lot of value that we can get by learning from other countries in terms of what might have worked or what might not have worked. So I think, we should also do that, because, we are still at a nascent stage to some extent in our country. And, there's still a lot that we need to do on this front. Especially, when it comes to insurance cover. So I'll actually, go to my next panelist, Dr. Jyoti, who also has experience, working in Dubai as well on this issue. So so that would be one, question to you, that, what are the learnings or insights you think that we could take from your experience there? And also what would you advise private insurance companies when they are designing policies, because there's a lot to think about here. You have to think about coverage, you have to think about affordability, quality. So how can they balance all of this? What advice and insights could you offer them? So yeah, Dr. Jyoti.
Thank you, Urvashi, for including me in this panel. So, first of all, when it comes to insurance, this is what, the end of the day, we always think insurance should be a part of our fertility practice, because as Shivani has already elaborately spoken about how it happens in UK. So even I had a kind of experience working in the Homerton University for some, not for a long, but at least I understood how the system works there and how back in India we are here. See, when the treatments start, because fertility, many things are associated with this. First is, as WHO has quoted, it's a disease, it's not like a luxury. So, and couples who are sitting in front of us, when we tell about the treatment protocol and the the medications and the fund aspect which is related to is, they do ask us, what about any insurance covering this? So we have to always go back and tell, see here, other treatment like maternity insurance coverage is in place, but when it comes to fertility, it's always very difficult. In fact, to accommodate these patients, we also have some EMI policy for some bank is providing, because it's when it comes to affordable issue, India is more of middle and lower middle class of patients who also needs kid. So somewhere in, I always feel this insurance policy should be debated more, and then somewhere we should get that on board, and we should also spread the message that people should be aware of the insurance policy. So also taking it into further ahead, how to create the package, especially it's not only IVF, we should have a comprehensive package, which also which should cover even limited, like for IUI, if it's possible. That won't change the protocol what a doctor gives. So it should not be only focused for IVF. It should start from basic IUI, then other endoscopies, and even especially when it comes to endoscopy of fertility, none of the insurance are ready to accept this, because any pain or anything which is associated with emergency is it they give for when it comes to fertility, it's blandly rejected. So most of the time, even endoscopy is a part of our fertility treatment. Even that should be included in the insurance policy. So including not only IVF, the whole treatment of fertility, which starts from ovulation induction to endoscopy to IUI and advanced technique. Once all these are included and a comprehensive package is made for each of the treatment, there won't be, change in the treatment protocol, as Shivani has excellently brought about, what happens when we say IUI to a patient and it's not covered in insurance, they rather go to IVF, which is very advanced. I think these kind of practice should not come in our country, because we, end of the day, they also go research and they say, no, we will go for IVF, we don't want to go for IUI. So a comprehensive package has to be done, and this will definitely help our couples, infertile couples.
Thank you for sharing those insights. And yeah, I'll come back to you. But my next question is to Dr. Runa Acharya. Really, my question is that, when we talk of IVF or we talk of infertility, there's no one size fits all. Patients have different needs. So we are actually talking of a diverse, group of people here. So how should the insurance coverage actually address the diversity? How can we perhaps have individualized treatment plans or personalized care? How can, I know I'm talking of a more evolved situation, but how can we perhaps move towards that, so that we can better address the needs of patients?
Thank you, Urvashi, for the question, and I think it's a very important need of the day. Now, I've been working with insurance for the last, I think, 6 to 7 years. I was with Apollo Fertility and now with Medicover Fertility, and both the corporates are very well into insurances. So I think what this question, I think I would begin with, there are two types of insurances which are covered. One is the corporate policies. We have a lot of IT patients. So how the insurances came into my practice was that there is a corporates which give insurance. So there are certain companies which have their own insurance policies. And that's how I learned about insurance, was Tata, the Google, the Amazon. So there are some 5, 6, the JP Morgan. So they have their own very well done insurance policies in place. So they cover IUIs, they cover laparoscopies, they cover IVFs, they do cover donor. And what happens when this with them is that they have a particular, it depends from the policy holder's stake, like whatever the policy has been taken, 3 lakh cover, 5 lakh cover, 7 lakh cover. So when it comes to IVF patients, they already, whatever is there in their cover is covered, the extra they're asked to pay. So this is how the corporate companies, the IT companies are doing. Now, the second type of insurance which has been done is through some of the companies like Bajaj Alliance and ICICI Lombard. So these people also have insurances, and fortunately, majority of the IVF centers in India, as Dr. Shivani and Dr. Jyoti said, is private. The government sectors, I've seen the IVF unit in PGI. There, the patients do pay. They have no insurance cover. When I was there, I don't know about the scenario now, but I think when I was there around 20 years back, my unit in PGI would pay, the patients would pay some 30,000 or 35,000. So it's the cost is less for all the patients because it's a central institute, but still the patients do pay quite more than what is being paid for laparoscopy or cesarean. So these insurance policies, what they make, what have been made till now, what I have worked with, is they have certain amount allocated. So suppose there is a 5 lakh cover, which one of my patients, I think, got a reimbursement of around 10 lakhs. So depending upon what EMI they take, what is the insurance policy they buy. Second thing is they have a stipulated amount given to the IUI. They have a stipulated amount for the IVF for the third party. If that gets exhausted within whatever time limit has been given. So suppose she claims it 2019, again 22, then the insurance claims would go different. But if she claims within a year, she has to pay extra. So this is actually quite in place with some of the companies and some of the insurance companies also. Now, when we look at, you said, how do we divide? Yes, there is, we already have insurances for others. Now, suppose giving an example, we do laparoscopy. So if we do a diagnostic histolaparoscopy for a gynec patient, or you do a cystectomy, you do a myomectomy, you do a TLH. So when you have certain insurance amount placed, I think we all can divide, or it's already been divided very well by the insurance companies, that IUI, this is the amount to be paid. The IVF, this is it. IVF donor cycles for the surrogacy cycles. So, we can very well, in fact, quite easily place the insurance amount, the insurance benefits to be given, and the total amount to be paid to the hospital, the negotiation to be done. And majority of the IVFs go packages which are quite similar across the city with a few differences. So, it will not be that difficult for the insurance company. They're already into it. And I think making a nationwide insurance policy so that majority insurance policies cover IVF, self, also donor, because donor has now become important. And I think majority of them are covering, but self, not all are covering. So I think it's not difficult. And we have to look into the needs of whatever the patient needs, and give them that amount what is supposed to be given for the procedure.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya. And I'll now go back for another round of questions to all the panelists, and I'll begin with Dr. Madan. And really, we've been hearing a lot of different perspectives from practitioners really in this field, and also a lot of insights on the private health insurance part. And you touched upon this in your response to the first question, where you highlighted that we still need to make a case or make a better case perhaps for including this in say something like Ayushman Bharat or other government health insurance packages. So where do you really see the role of private sector, or where can they partner with government in this? How can they support the government in this so that we can actually move towards a better, more enabling policy environment in the country? Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Urvashi, as I mentioned, we are already moving in that direction, because most of the infertility treatment, they happen in the private sector, as mentioned by Dr. Shivani and Jyoti. That's why, because WHO has, though the WHO has defined it as a disease, but still people in the government at the policy level, they think that whether we do really require this or not. That's a dilemma which we have to identify and we have to address. That's one thing. Second thing, as things are moving in the positive direction, as mentioned by few of the speakers, that insurance companies are also coming forward to assist young couples, so the couples willing to go for this infertility treatment. The corporates, they do have a corporate insurance policy and they are already addressing this. They have understood it and they're addressing it as per the requirement, because they don't want to lose their employees and other persons. That's why they have understood it. In the government sector also, as rightly pointed out, there are only few centers with lot of caveats and lot of things are there. We have to see that how we ease out the caveats and other things which are there. So that's a big challenge, and we have to convince a lot of people, and that can only happen when we are able to cost procedure for IUI as well as ART. If we are able to cost that thing and bring that thing into our mainstream, that is Ayushman Bharat, then things will automatically fall in line. So it will always have a snowball effect, as we have seen. Once the corporate insurance started, then the IRD also, they have given a notification. They are protecting their donors as well as surrogacy is also protected now. So that means a lot of work is to be done to bring in. So you have asked the question that how the private sector can contribute. If you look at the participation of the private sector in the Ayushman Bharat, it's more or less more than 50% hospital out of the 25,000 hospitals which are empaneled. Private sector comprises around 55 to 60% depending on the state. That means they are very much in there, but the only thing is, except few procedures, that is endometrial ablation and other things. So still a lot of procedures needs to be added into this Ayushman Bharat, so that our beneficiaries who are there, the poor people, as mentioned, that if they are having tuberculosis, they won't be able to conceive, and we have to see that how we help them. First is we have to change the mindset that it's not a luxury, it's a disease which needs to be addressed. If we are able to overcome this thing at the policy level, obviously things will start moving in the right direction.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Madan. So I'll sort of take an extension of that to Dr. Shivani, and you have significant experience in offering fertility solutions, and through your IVF clinics. So Dr. Madan was talking about the costing aspect, that costing is really very important, and it will also play a big role when we are talking of policy making, trying to include these kind of treatments into our insurance, government insurance packages. So how do you see this whole issue of costing? Do you see technology playing a role? How can we take these treatments, make them affordable, take them to our tier 2, tier 3, cities, towns, even, rural areas, villages? How do you see that aspect really panning out?
So over the last few years, as Dr. Jyoti has also pointed and Dr. Runa also pointed, that what has happened is that there is so much service providers have increased. The competition has increased to such extreme levels. The street I practice, the suburbs of South Delhi, small suburb, Greater Kailash, Lajpat Nagar, we have 33 IVF centers in this small suburb of South Delhi. So the competition has reached at such a level that there is a price now almost like, you can say like a capping has occurred. I am practicing in Delhi for last 14 years and there is no change in the price over the last 14 years. And we must remember that even in government hospitals here in Delhi, 50%, they are paying 60,000 rupees because that is the cost of the injections. Like 50% of the payment is directly, absolutely cost of medicine. The biggest crux we face is this high cost of medicines. What can we do about each and every disposable? The needle I use comes from Europe. The catheter I use to put the baby comes from Australia. The liquid in which we grow the media comes from USA. So it is a very dependent field on medicine and dependent. There is very little Indian kind of, most of the things that all the IVF centers are using are imported. So this field has a small proportion as the doctor's own charges, which are the most flexible part, and big proportion of inflexible part because it is heavily dependent on medicines and technology. So if we talk about the cost, what we can probably also add one thing is prevention. How can we prevent the patient from reaching that level that they need an advanced infertility treatment? By prevention, I mean reducing the risk of sexually transmitted diseases, incorporating healthy lifestyle, eating and exercise activity, or incorporate prevention of age-related by giving people awareness that it is not that you are fertile till 40, 50. People have a lot of misconception. Patients who come to us feel that they are going to have children without any problem till the age of 50 years, as long as they're getting the period. So education is grossly lacking, maybe started at a college. So an effort has to be made towards the preventive aspect also. And then the next step would be to try and see if we can enhance our basic treatment so that we can reach every corner, every village. IVF has reached every tier 2, tier 3 city. And because people value a child so much, they are literally going in debt. They are selling their home. They are selling so many possessions just to do IVF. So a technique or a treatment which is so heavily dependent on external factors will have a limitation as to where the cost can be put down. So that has to be really borne in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for highlighting that, prevention aspect also, and, what we can do to make people more aware of, the challenges of infertility and so I think that's a very, very important aspect as well. Thank you. So I'll go back to Dr. Jyoti and request your thoughts on how do you see, or where do you see the role for collaboration between say a clinic or one that you have experience of running and say a private insurance provider. How can that collaboration really work and maybe help us in designing those customized kind of packages that we were talking about? Do you see a role for collaborations of this kind, and how do you think that they can work?
Very important, because once the mindset of people changes, that it's a important aspect, like because of our country, which is now taken over everybody, and we are number one in population. So somewhere when it comes to the other end of the coin, where there are really a lot of, even fertility has declined in India. If you see the other end, there are a lot of young population with a lot of urge of parenthood in our country. So people who are conceiving are having 2-3 kids. That is not important. People who are suffering without kids, also these mindset has to change. Even in I should not tell this, but broader perspective, what India on the whole, the top level feels is why we have to curb the population. Contraception is so much talked about, but end of the day, we are producing so many kids to add on to it. So somewhere this is little neglected. So insurance people also are like, that mindset of this importance of fertility, also that awareness we need to create. There are a lot of people suffering, and when affordability is a issue, and when they're covering for maternity, almost all insurances are covering for maternity, but why not for fertility is always a challenge. So somewhere to go back to this, even in our state, they started fertility center in our government sector itself. End of the day, fertility is creating a baby in lab. It's alive. So for this, as Shivani has told, there are so many confounding factors. So starting in any government setup is easy, but sustainability and continuing that is very tough, because we are handling gametes outside the body. So what about the authenticity of the, so it becomes very difficult. So of course, when it comes to, about policy and insurance per se, if I have to speak, definitely, I think private sector has to come forward. Like example, you go to visa office, you see, though they are in with government, things move faster now. They're all collaborated with the private, entities. So something like that, if they get on board for fertility, and like Google, Flipkart are already doing this. So it's not very tough to find a package. It's already done in outside the country as well. So customizing it to our own population is not a big task, because end of the day, we have been in this field for so many years and we know. So sitting with all the doctors and what happens, how creating the package is a second task, but changing the mindset and getting a lot of private people on board is something, is a need of the hour now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I think you brought out the mindset part. I also wanted with Dr. Runa Acharya to touch upon, the whole emotional support and counseling aspect. We are just talking of financial part, but this is also a big thing that a woman or a couple is going through. And so what, where is really the role for emotional support, counseling, and really sensitizing all stakeholders, be it insurance, be it anyone else, to the fact that there is a big role for this kind of emotional support, and we have to bring this into the discourse as well. So where do you see this fitting in?
Emotional counseling, or the psychological counseling, is a very important role in IVF, and I think that's the most important. I would just want to quote one experience I had was when I was doing my PG, and I asked my professor that this is a tuberculosis case, and why don't you ask her advisor IVF? As Dr. Shivani said that, even in government hospitals where the IVF is there, injections is a big challenge, so they have to pay quite, and as I mentioned previously, they had to pay quite amount of chunk. So when you promise a patient, that they get emotionally a lot involved. So counseling at the first is very important, understanding where the patient belongs to, how the patient would make up the finances, because it's there are two aspects. One is the negativity of IVF is very difficult to handle emotionally, and more than emotionally, financially. So, what happened is these small things we would not know initially. So, my professor, when I advised the patient that why not IVF, she said, don't advise her IVF because she would sell her land in the village. She's not financially, strong enough to handle the amount. And if she fails, and if she fails,
we can hear you, Runa.
We can hear you.
I can't see you.
Yeah,
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Runa.
We can hear you and see you. Yeah.
Yeah. So if she fails, then she would go into emotional depression is different, financially totally lost. So this is, that is very important for us to first tell them that, you counsel them emotionally, you counsel them psychologically, you talk about the negativity of the cycle is also very important. See, when many of the patients come and tell me that we were told that you will get pregnant. No doubt you'll get pregnant. And when it doesn't work, they are to the extent of committing suicide and all that. So it's very important that before you begin any fertility treatment, the couple has to go through the emotional, psychological counseling. They have to be discussed about the negativity of the or the success rates, and even we should never zoom up or boom up the success rates. We should talk what the facts internationally are. Giving false assurances to the patient should not be done. They should be told, they should be taken care, especially if the cycle is negative. So there has to be a separate psychological and emotional counseling units in all the IVF centers. Majority of the private do that, but the government sector, sometimes the load is beyond the capacity to handle. But this is a very important thing which, if we start the IVF in the government sector to be taken care with a lot of time, effort, and keeping special counselors. So with the ART law, it is mandatory that all of us have counselors, and I think that's one of the very good point the ART bill has got into, that counselors have to be enrolled and they have to be there. And even during the inspection, they always want to see the counselor. And I think we are moving in a good direction, talking the right counseling part in the IVF.
Right. Thank you. No, I think that is a very important part. The whole emotional part, the mindset part. I think these softer issues, these are actually very, very critical.
And this
Whether
is not
it's
spoken about in majority of the cases. They come, हाँ क्या है ये लो blood test करो ये करो, and then get it. But when it comes to negative, there is nobody to talk to the patient. So it's very important that post every session they should have a counseling session. And I think it's more than doing the IVF. It's more important to tackle the patient's mentality.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you. So we just have a few minutes, I believe, left. So I'll just quickly check in. I don't know if Dr. Singh is still with us, and if he has any last thoughts. Perhaps he's busy. But I just saw his name online, so I thought I'll check. But otherwise, I'll just go to the, our remaining panelists. Dr. Jyoti, maybe start with you. Any final thoughts, any message that you would, like to give for the government or for policy makers? How do you really wish to see this space evolving in the country? What would be your message? You're on mute, Dr. Jyoti.
So if you see the advancement in the academics and in the the fertility practice, how it has gone in our country now, as one of the panelists has spoken, we are seeing a lot of fertility centers coming up, and also number of patients increasing. That is there. But end of the day, how we do the service to this patient is very, very important. Now the next challenge is we have a lot of scientific people ready to serve, but what about the couples? Like who will address their issue of the affordability? As in UK, even pregnancy negative in IVF is not taken so stressfully because they know insurance has covered here. Now, Dr. Runa Acharya has put a very significant point. They sell their land, everything, and come back to us. And when it is negative, Forget about the couple. Even doctors get traumatized hearing all that. So from now, at least in coming years, somewhere the government, the private sector, and also the fertility centers of India should come together, sit on this aspect, which is really a burning topic now, and at least just start getting it. And by end of 1 or 2 years, we should see it's very active in our country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's an optimistic note as well that
Yeah.
you've left us on. So Dr. Shivani, I saw that you were already getting into some action, so I didn't want to disturb you, but any quick last thoughts from you, any final message?
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Urvashi. It is so nice to connect with you here and with everyone. And I'm really happy that the message has resonated with everyone, that infertility is not a luxury, it is a disease, it is a need of the hour. There is a desperate need, urgent need to make an insurance policy for this. There are millions of men, women, and couples who need this kind of fertility treatment. And somewhere we read in the newspaper that there is going to be a scan on luxury goods and IVF. So how can you club a luxury good with an IVF? Is nobody is ask any patient, they will say it is never my God, in my dreams I don't want such a luxury. So somewhere that direction, maybe if goes in a different direction and recognizes their pain and their need, will probably go a long way for helping our patients.
Thank you. That's a powerful message. And Dr. Acharya, your final thoughts, message for us.
I think we need to improve our the research mechanisms or the research base in India, and with this, I think we would step up at par to the other. See, Europe is a very big, game player in infertility, and basically because they have driven the medias, they have driven a lot of things, the research and all. So I think with all that putting together, maybe government negotiating. So the cost of IVF is not the doctor charges or not the hospital. It's majority is the raw materials or the disposables, the media use. So I think if we can look at curbing down that by the taxes paid to the outside country, or maybe how we work on an emergency. So it's not a, as we say, it's a disease. So we work on some way out to reduce the cost of these disposables. Maybe then IVF would come down even in private practice. So if government makes it affordable, then even the private practice would be making it more affordable. It's become more and more expensive because of so many things involved, the media, the time limit we have to utilize those things, and it's a day to day things to be taken care. It's not like an investment in a OT where you put and leave it, but here it's every day to day you have to upgrade, take care, and keep the quality standards. So I think if government can take care of these import things, or and the affordability with via the insurance to the couple, I think the cost, everything, the ease would come down a bit, become better in India.
Right. Thank you. And I'll just quickly check if Dr. Madan is here, if any final thoughts from you.
Urushi, thanks. I think we have heard all the panels, and a lot of action points are there. One is to change the mindset. It's a disease, not a luxury. That's the message which we have to now advocate. That's coming very strongly. The second thing which is striking me is that we are dependent on imports of many things for this ART treatment, as we have done for this COVID testing. Can't we think of having a make in India effort in this direction? That would be a key thing, key takeaway. That means we have to make ourselves reliant in this field also. Because tobacco consumption is increasing, that is also having some dent on this counts and other things. Second thing is there are many other factors which are contributing to infertility. So unless and until we focus and build the indigenous capacities for this ART treatment, if you are dependent on that, as rightly pointed out by one of the panelists, that we are dependent on the external reports for our treatment. Can't we think of developing our own capacities in that direction? That's one thing. The costing and other things have been already discussed, and see that how things evolve in the coming future. And the ART Act is still to be implemented in letter and spirit, so as to bring in standards of ART treatment for all the masses in the country. Because the ART clinics are mushrooming, and the Act will at least have a central registry and set its standards for this ART practice. These are my final thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Madan. I think you summed it up nicely, and I think that brings us to the close of what I think has been a very interesting panel. We've touched upon so many different dimensions, but I think it's come out very clearly that the mindset, is something we need to address. This is definitely the need of the hour. It's not a luxury. Of course, we must also focus on the preventive aspects, on creating awareness about better lifestyles, and all those elements. But for people who do need to who do need IVF or who do need other sort of infertility treatments, it should be something which is affordable, which is accessible, which is of quality, and really the government and private sector both need to come together to sort of provide better evidence, better data, make a case for this, highlight this to the policymakers, and really make sure that ultimately for those who are impacted, we are able to improve their quality of life, in a very substantial way. So I think there were so many important points made by this panel today. Thank you very much to all the panelists, and I'll hand back to Asabri.
Thank you so much, Dr. Urvashi Prasad, for so expertly leading the session for us. Thank you. I would also like to thank all our speakers, Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Dr. Shivani Sachdev Gaur, Dr. C. Jyoti, Dr. Randhir Singh, and Dr. Runa Acharya for taking out time from their busy schedule and imparting us with wealth of knowledge and information on this topic today. Thank you so much. With this, we move on to the next session, which is on the topic of patient-centric approach in fertility treatments, for which we have an eminent set of speakers here with us today who have joined. I welcome Dr. Ratna Devi, who is the Director of Patient Academy for Innovation and Research and Chairwoman of ISPOR Patient Council. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. I welcome Dr. Deepak Goenka, who is the Director of Institute of Human Reproduction, Guwahati. Sir, we welcome you to the show.
Thank you.
Next, we welcome Dr. Richa Jagtap, who is the Co-Medical Director and Consultant for Reproductive Medicine at Art Fertility Clinics. Ma'am, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Prateek Shah, who is the Vice President of Medical Affairs for Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Sir, we welcome you to the show. We welcome Dr. Sanjay Shukla, who is the Senior Consultant and Adjunct Professor for Clinical Embryology at MGUMS, Jaipur. Sir, we welcome you to the show. And
thank you.
We also welcome Ms. Mary Ann, who is a clinical psychologist at CMC Vellore. We welcome you to the show. This session would be expertly led by Dr. Priyanku Roy, who is the chairperson of Public Awareness Committee of FOXI and is consultant at Roy's Clinic in Siliguri. Sir is little stuck in one of the surgeries. So till then, I would be leading the session here today. So thank you very much for everybody for joining us for this very insightful session, which would be centric around patient-centric approaches in fertility treatment. So as we are all aware that fertility treatments do require a lot of support from the patient side, from both the couple side, and the success of this treatment greatly relies on the experience of the couple as well. So my first question would be to Dr. Ratna Devi. Ma'am, as being the director of the Patient Academy, you have extensive experience in advocating for patient-centric care. So what initiatives would you suggest that are very essential for bridging the gap between healthcare providers and patients, or couples in that matter, for ensuring a well-rounded patient-centric approach in all different fertility treatments? And how can healthcare professionals and providers actively involve patients in their treatment decisions?
Thank you, Sabri. So I will approach this question, which is quite a long one, from two sides. One from the healthcare providers side, which was discussed in the previous panel as well. And then the second from the patients and the families side. So from the healthcare providers side, I think a lot more information needs to be provided on where these services are available, because a lot of times people who are seeking fertility treatment are waylaid by false promises, as was discussed in the previous panel. And though the act is there and there are qualified professionals who provide these services, that kind of knowledge is not available easily in the public domain. So usually it is word of mouth, referrals that work for these kind of people. So if somebody has a successful, experience, and they then sort of spread the word and other people come to know about it. So if there was some repository of authentic information that patients can refer to when they are going to seek these kind of services, that would then help them to reach the right doctor, so that the doctor is then trained to be able to provide the services in a professional way. And we know that doctors who are trained actually customize depending upon what the couple's needs are and how well they are positioned to be able to embrace, because this is not one time, as was mentioned. It might be several cycles, and there has to be resilience within the couple to be able to withstand all the ups and downs, especially the lady who has to undergo a lot of hormonal treatments, etc. So that part of it can be addressed by availability of information. As far as patients and families are concerned, again, there is a lot of misinformation that is floating around, and a lot of times people go to places which give them false hopes or promises, and because they have already lost precious time, because a lot of these people are not young, they are starting late, and by the time they actually reach the right doctor, they have lost precious time trying to experiment with methods and means that were probably not meant for them. So if there could be a means or a forum where patients could join and discuss these topics and learn about them, then they could be more involved in their decision-making process, and that would then make the journey more comfortable for them without the fear or the stigma that is usually present. Because of the stigma that is there, I think dispelling the stigma would also lead to a lot of patient-focused communication, so that people are more open in their discussions when they have to seek this kind of healthcare.
Ma'am, just building on to one of the things that you pointed out, saying that patient-focused communication is required. So do you feel we need a specialized approach specifically to target this in India, as because in our country there are many topics around fertility or getting pregnant which are a big taboo still? So communication to the patients from clinicians or organization side should be customized, looking at Indian scenarios in mind, and Indian and the hesitancy that our people generally have around these treatments and options, keeping those in mind. And this kind of specialized approach, how should that come about? What all should that particularly include? Is this even a good idea to begin with? What would be your thought?
It is definitely a very good idea, because we all know that informal media and informal communication goes much faster than the formal one. And unless we put in the effort to make the formal communication stronger than the informal one, the myths and misconceptions and all kinds of miscommunication will travel much faster. And if we want people to really enroll themselves and enjoy the process and be prepared for the outcomes, whether positive or negative. They have to have the right information in their hands to be able to arm themselves, and be prepared mentally, emotionally, financially to go through this journey. So I think the way we address the COVID by positive information, so that people, the fear, the stigma was removed because they knew the authentic sources where they had to go and search for information. If a similar campaign or a similar portal or a platform can be created that is authentic and trustworthy, and people know that it is being contributed by professionals who have knowledge in that particular area, then a lot more people, and it has to be vernacular, it cannot be in English, it has to be multilingual so that all people can have access to it. And we know that digital travels very fast, so if we can use the digital means to be able to disseminate this kind of information, I think a concerted effort will go a long way in dispelling a lot of fear, stigma, myths, misconceptions, and misinformation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to my next question and building on to what you shared, the next question is to Dr. Richa. Ma'am, in your opinion, as Dr. Ratna Devi shared, that effective communication to the parents, to the couple, and also in the society is very much required. So how can we effectively communicate different treatment options and potential risk patients while also maintaining empathy and sensitivity to their emotional needs? And what resources can be provided to patients and their families for them to make informed decisions? And, this sort of effort would definitely, from clinicians' perspective, would require a much more time than their regular clinical practice. But what, in your opinion, would this be helpful in the...
Thank you, Dr. Asabri, for that question. And I fully concur with Dr. Ratna that a big approach is a patient-centric approach, and we have to be communicative. Usually the model of talk between a doctor and a patient is 5 minutes of consultation and a hurried prescription, which really cannot work in an IVF setting, because the consultant has to give some time and understand where the patient is coming from, what has been the past history, look at all the options that they have gone through, look at all the investigations which will point us through, then sit with the couple and make a plan of action. I think that's the most important and pivotal point in their fertility journey, which can happen, which is the first consultation. And it, like you rightly said, it takes at least 30 to 40 minutes to go through everything, to understand what they want, how they want their treatments to proceed. Because as we see now, the law also defines that we should not be giving one option to the couple. We have to be able to give two options, and then the choice lies in the couple's hands after informed decision, which type of treatment they want to go ahead. As a doctor, it's our job to let them know of the pros and cons and the risk and side effects and associated effects, rather, I would say, with each type of treatment. But then finally, the couple has to imbibe of all that information. And it's not always possible to make a decision on the spot. So this decision has to be understood, procrastinated upon. Then they should have a counseling session with a counselor so that they can voice out their fears, their anxieties, their anticipations, their expectancies. And then along with all this information, and yes, of course, the financial information also, with all this in hand, the couple can come back with a decision making as to which is the type of treatment they want to go ahead with. Once they have understood the outcomes and the pros and cons, I think in their mind, they are ready to see the rights of it and sometimes not the rights of it. So it may fail, it may succeed, but at least they are sure that they had time to understand everything, to voice their concerns, to take their decision, informed decision, as we call it. And that goes a long way in prepping a couple to understand that this is a journey. As I tell my patients, this is a journey that we three are going on. So I'm there, you both are there, and together we have to make an informed decision at each point of your treatment. And this kind of understanding, I feel, a long way in making a patient more confident about what they are doing and knowing that their doctor is doing the right thing by them. At every point, I feel being transparent with the couple is very important. If things are going fine, they have to know. If things are not going fine, also they have to know. We cannot be ushers of 100% result. So that's why we have to be transparent with the couple, tell them exactly what's happening. I think for them to get this information in small bits and parts is more easy and imbibable than suddenly knowing that the pregnancy has not happened. So I feel that it's a joint effort with the consultant, with the counselors, with the support staff, and with the couple, and this kind of patient-centric approach is what we want to go ahead with. Also, when we plan the treatment, one size doesn't fit everyone. And so I feel that each patient is a different person. Somebody may be having other health issues, so I cannot plan an HRT-based transfer. Somebody is more amenable to a fresh transfer, or somebody's in a better place to have a natural cycle transfer. So science along with nature, going back to physiology, I think that really helps us to work this out.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You definitely highlighted some brilliant points regarding that, and we will come back to you. But my next question is to Dr. Sanjay Shukla. So, sir, as fertility treatments keep advancing every 2-3 years, we have some new technologies, new advances, new treatments. So the future of fertility treatments majorly is seen to be involving around advances in embryology. As an expert in the field, how do you see the patient experience also evolving with these emerging technologies, and what steps can be taken to ensure patients benefit from these latest advances while receiving compassionate care and also not feeling too hesitant to go forward with these treatments, and also having that trust factor on their doctors? So what are your views around?
Thank you, Asawari. Before commenting on this, let me give a different perspective to that, because I have an objection to the very title of this talk. Discussion. The healthcare system has to be patient-centric, and one does not need to discuss this. It always has to be patient-centric. The only thing is how we approach. So as you asked me about the recent advances, I started working in this field in 90s, and those were the days when the advances were not that fast that we have today. So almost every next day we have something new, and the thing is that the information is available, as Dr. Ratna Devi mentioned, via different media to the patients also, and many of them are well read with those things. So they, in fact, themselves ask us to offer those things. Now the thing is, and to supplement Dr. Richa's comment, that it's not just the science, but also the tailoring the need of the couple. So there are a lot of things that are available, but not necessarily that are essential for them, or some of them, they actually lack the scientific evidence to offer to. So that's how, but one should be open to accept the newer advances in the setup, and depending on the scientific evidence available, depending on because in countries like India, the budget is also a major factor. So you will have to keep that also in mind. And then according to the need of the couple, it's a team game. So team involves not just the clinic, not just the embryology lab, but also the support staff, the administration, the accounting department, and in the center, the couple. So we all discuss together, and then we decide which technology or which newer thing can be helpful to for them. For example, using outside activation, it is not needed for everyone. PGTA, it is not needed for everyone. Freeze all cycles, not needed for everyone. ICSI for all, not needed. So you have to tailor it according to the need.
Thank you so much for highlighting that, sir. That the treatments have to be very individualized to patients, and as we have been seeing for the entire day, there are many different points that have come up. One of which being the treatment, the medicines, and the injections, and the entire cost being really high. So my next question would be to Dr. Prateek Shah. Sir, coming from an organization's point of view, how do you feel that, what role can bigger organizations play in reducing the cost for the treatment as fertility medications is crucial for patients seeking fertility treatments? And how can we ensure a steady supply of quality medications? And what different strategies can be adopted to make fertility medications more affordable and accessible to patients? What would be your view?
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Sabri, for the question. See, the pricing challenge would always be there. So in terms of, whichever price a product would be available, there would still be some question on, this is high or this is low. So that's a quite delicate situation where, what price point you will have your product available to the patient, and at the same time maintaining the quality standards which are required, because otherwise what usually happens, I'm sure Dr. Datta and Dr. Shukla, both of them know there are multiple companies available who are present in this field for some time. A lot of products are available at a very cheaper rate as well. So pricing is usually a game in terms of what is your quality standard which you try to maintain. Now as you would also know that there are products which are available, which are global products, which are priced at the similar level as the European US. That's not necessarily right for the Indian patients, right? Because the purchasing power and the things change. So we being an Indian company, most of the, all of our products are manufactured in the country. We try to make sure that at a particular price range, the quality standards are not compromised. Eventually, the patients are given the products with the hope that there would be some benefit happening. If I do not maintain a quality standard, which are expensive to maintain, then even if whatever that patient has paid would not be of any benefit. So, we try to make sure that, a lot of products are available at whatever rate what we agree upon, But at the same time, if you actually see globally as well, India, anyways, from a pharmaceutical perspective, Indian medicines are the cheapest in the world anyways. Now, cheapest, considering that we also have to, it's a self-pay market, not necessarily only for infertility, but even for the other disease also. Most of our products have to be bought by patient, right? If I get sick, I go and buy myself. So from that perspective, it's already quite low. We can also look at how do we bring the manufacturing. See, a lot of time, I'm sure you would have heard that our reliance is quite a bit on China, for importing the raw material, which makes it more difficult for us to, actually dislodge ourselves from. That's one key aspect which we are currently working on. So that's where the second question comes. How do we make sure? So, during the COVID, there was a lot of challenge on the supply. I think she's the host. Okay. So there was a lot of, yeah, sorry. So there was a lot of
pressure on the API which was coming from China. And how do we try to overcome that? Because then we started moving towards making most of our product recombinant. Now, once it is not based on the blood or urine of the sensitized or immunized humans, the quality standard becomes much more better with regards to the urine. Yes, the response, the efficacy may not be very much different, but then that's what we are trying to move, that most of our product, rather than focusing only on the urinary product, they are trying to move on to the products which are recombinant, technology-based product with due trials and due research done on those, and which would allow us to actually give these patients a far reliable product, which they feel that, okay, this if it has not worked, then there could be some other reason as well. But that's what we are working on, moving towards the recombinant. Most of our products, new products which we are trying to do, we are trying to actually come out with a formulation which reduces the needles also given to the patient, right? A lot of time, the patients, these injections are not very convenient. And that's why that's for the woman to have so many injections. So we are trying to do that we are working on products where we don't need to give it every day. We reduce, we make it more painless. Apart from that, of course, there are multiple areas where the companies are company like us are working. So for example, we had the entire session on insurance. But what we are not talking about is, do we have a cashless insurance everywhere? No. So how do we make sure that the couples who are seeking the therapy can actually afford to pay from their own pocket now? So, we tied up with an organization where they basically provide support, financial assistance, then you pay back in EMI. So that reduces the burden which the couples immediately have to take care of it. Insurance comes, it's very good because, and that's what, Mr. Swaroop said in the previous session. We make sure that we are covering at least our all the employees, right? So that's what they say, right? Charity begins from home. So we have made sure that at least our employees are covered. We also talk to other organization, bigger organization, where, why don't you cover your employees? So that's how you will start building up then initiative that, don't restrict to one. And from a company perspective, our is, yes, I heard about patient individual approach. Of course, we cannot do it, but we can support in terms of, what all resources are available. So we run a lot of patient awareness activities. I wouldn't say patient awareness. Here in this case, it's more about the couple awareness. So that is even before you think that you have a problem in infertility. We have actually supported a lot of camps as well, where, you support them with investigation. They find out what the problems are. Not all couples will have to go through IVF, right? There are few who will be taken care of even before IUI, they are taken care of. So these are some of the things, and we worked very hard on getting a counseling piece as well, so that the right set of information is available. But then we observe that most of, now it's a requirement, so most of the centers will have their own counselor. So then you don't need a counselor from outside, but at least the places where they are not present, we had already initiated this as a project, to support from the counseling, from getting the right information.
If I can add to that, I think in India, because of our sheer size of population and workforce, rather, I would say, we are at a very interesting junction where we have the whole world's technology in our hands, we can utilize it, and we can make these products at much cheaper cost than what the world offers. So if you compare IVF cost in India and anywhere abroad, we will definitely be amongst the most economical IVF providers all over the world. And that's because of our workforce, because of companies like Dr. Pratik was sharing that, we are making things at home. We are able to cut down that cost factor. And then, like Dr. Sanjay said, we can have the option of individualizing these technologies, which is needed for which couple, which is not needed. So it need not be always a blanket approach. We have to individualize who needs what and make sure that we do not do too much in the hopes of doing the right thing. Because again, the first modus is first do no harm. So we have to always stick to that and go ahead. So when I look at India and the way this IVF industry is developing, I think we are at the best and most opportune place right now, from pharma perspective, from technology perspective, and now with ART law, along with the legislature, to make sure the right thing is done for the couple.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pratik and Dr. Richa. Very, very nicely pointed out, both of you. We have Dr. Priyanku Roy joined us. Sir is a chairperson of the Public Awareness Committee of FOXY and consultant at Roy's Clinic Siliguri. Dr. Priyanka, just to touch you upon the discussions that we were having today, Dr. Ratna has highlighted on different initiatives that healthcare providers can have for a better patient-centric approach in fertility treatments. Next, we heard from Dr. Richa on how can we adopt better, more effective communication options for communicating to the treatment options to the patients, followed by discussion from Dr. Sanjay, who highlighted that patient-centric approaches we do not need to discuss separately upon. It should be an integral part of every different treatment that we provide further on. And Dr. Pratik highlighted as how can different organizations work together as a whole to minimize the cost of the different treatments, as it is not necessary that everyone would be getting similar treatment, as it is very individualized. Before moving on to Ms. Mary Ann for the next question, I hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really sorry for being late, and I welcome all the esteemed panelists, Dr. Ratna, Dr. Deepak, Dr. Richa, Dr. Pratik, Dr. Sanjay, and Ms. Mary Ann. So thank you so much for being part of this wonderful session. I'm sure this is enlightening all of you, all the viewers who are present over here, and of course, all the viewers who will see the recording subsequently. So I was just listening through the last part of the discussion, a very important discussion, which is, of course, the financial part, the financial constraints that sometimes the patients face, etc. So coming to Ms. Mary, and I've been a product of CMC Vellore myself, and it's so nice to have someone from CMC Vellore as well on this platform. And we know in CMC Vellore, one of the primary things for infertility that we used to always emphasize was on the psychological counseling. And so none other than Ms. Arian, who's a very apt person to talk on this aspect. Ms. Mary, if I can ask you, as a clinical psychologist, which of course you are, and I'm sure you're an expert in the field, what do you feel are the challenges that you observe in patients, especially when you're counseling them regarding the treatment? And more than the treatment, I would say treatment probably maybe is most of the times a reproductive endocrinologist or the reproductive physician who's looking after the patient counsels. But I would like to ask you, what do you feel are the impacts that you primarily have to talk to a patient when suppose the report has come positive, or moreover, if the report has come negative? Because we all know that when the report comes, when the beta HCG is done after 14 days and the report comes negative, it sort of causes a major impact in the patient's mindset, psychologically, physically, as well as financially to a certain extent. So Ms. Mary, if you can just highlight us regarding the same. What are your key points that you talk of a patient probably when the report is negative, which is primarily what I want to listen from you, and also to a certain extent when it's positive, because then to tell her that maybe you have to take some bit of bed rest, etc. And how do you counsel the patient regarding her psychological aspects in the next probably a few months or forward?
Thank you.
I was listening to all of these answers from various dignitaries. So one of the key things that we've been seeing in the last 3 years, which is where I am in CMC for the last 3 years. So we have introduced and changed a lot of counseling protocols over the years. So one of the things that we started is seeing the patient even before they decide to go for an IV treatment, right? So that's where the counseling start. I feel like once the patient comes to OPD and we decide to, probably they need an IVF treatment further going on, that's where the counseling process starts. Because at that point, patients who are coming there, especially in CMC, they already have a huge file that they bring with them. They've already doctor shopped everywhere around India.
Absolutely.
And they've come here with the hope that, okay, finally, that I'm going to get pregnant. There's some magic that is going to happen here.
Finally, I've landed here and I'm going to get pregnant and I'm going to go back with a pregnancy.
Yes. So once they come here, they also say that it's a lucky place and it's, they are going to, probably have a child because the people have said so. And these are the common conceptions and myths that's been revolving. So one of the things that I've noticed is that I want to point it across is how much information is enough information for patient. Right. That is a very key thing when we counsel the patient is we have different demographics coming in. We have people, especially there's a majority of Bengali population here, right, in CMC. So we have demographics who are like IT professionals, to PhD scholars, to people who have not studied, from villages, like a lot of people have sold their lands, and people who have, in their later ages. So all of these demographics coming in, and we need to kind of tailor make the counseling sessions, the information that we are providing for each patient. So I would just like to point out one common patient group that comes for IVF is the people who have lost a child, who have lost due to RTA or any other reason, who have lost their child, and they want to come here in search of that child. So when they come here, they ask for you to have a male child because they lost a male child, or ask the female child just because they lost a female child, right? So when they come in front of you, they really think that they tell you that God is gonna give me the baby, or if they came in my dream, and all of these things. So what we have, especially I have seen over the years, is seeing them at 3 stages. First is at the stage that they're coming for payment. They have decided to come for the IVF treatment. That's where we talk about the misconceptions that's there, the treatment that they are going to go across, how long is the, the injection period that's going to be, and how many times that they have to visit for the clinic, and how long is the how much of the invasive procedure it is going to be, whether there's going to be anesthesia or not, how much of a pain that they are going to experience, and also pointing out that the success rate on the other side. So usually we say success rate is around 35 to 40% or 20 to 25%. Instead of that, I also tell them that, which also means 75% it's not going to happen. 75% there's a chance of miscarriage or an abortion or a possibility of negative outcome that is going to happen. And in your case, these are the problems that is being sorted out. Maybe there's, one of the common thing is also diminished ovarian reserve. Like when there's no reserve, then people think that the medicine is going to increase the reserve. That is another misconception that we have to fight against, is that no, there is no medication for that. We are just going to work around the problem. There is no going to be a solving of the problem. Right. So these misconceptions and counseling and educating, we basically say, is the first stage is educating the patient based on what information that they are looking for. So if it's a higher demographic, people who have studied a lot, people who are like PhD scholars, they require more information because they want to make decisions accordingly. Some people doesn't want to make decisions accordingly. So they require just to know that whether this is going to happen or not. So we might have to plan in such a way what are the questions that the patients are looking forward to. The second stage where we see is that after the scans have been started and after the stimulation have been started, that's where we also sit with the patient to see how the progress is going. Is it going in the right direction? How much of a prognosis they have? What has been done and what is the result of it? So that's the second stage of sitting with the patient and talking about the whole progress and the prognosis that is at the current stage. And once that is over and almost that they are in the stage of egg retrieval or embryo transfer, and after the embryo transfer that they have a positive result or a negative result, again we sit with the patient to, we already, so far we've already prepared the patients so in what they are expecting. So now we are just going to give them a direction. So even at the stage, if we think that they are not going to have any kind of positive outcomes, we are going to prepare before. So when during the negative outcome, it's going to be easier for them because they are expecting some sort of a positive, or they are in the middle. So this
Absolutely. So I think,
stage wise, yeah.
yeah, I think exactly what you're saying. I think it's the best for us not to overpromise, because usually what we have seen over the last few years, I would say, is that when we overpromise is when we land up in trouble. And we basically have to give a true stats as for what the textbook tells us, 30 to 40%. Maybe you can say a little more, probably maybe around 50% if you're giving good results. But you should not say, there are people whom we all know that there are a few labs who definitely promise in 2 to 3 transfers they're going to get 100% result, sort of money back, etc., which is quite, I think, non-ethical, I would say, because it's not something that is right. Yeah, maybe you can go on, please. Yeah, you're adding some more points. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is stage wise counseling, and at every stage, and also being with them throughout the journey is important, because they need to know where they are at. And a lot of patients kind of get clouded judgment. They are not able to think properly, so they keep asking the same questions, which might irritate a lot of our consultants and a lot of our health professionals. So it is important that we understand where they are coming from, because right now they are not in a place to think, so you might have to keep repeating things. So
Perfect.
yeah,
Perfectly answered. So I think 2, 3 important points that you made out. Number one probably is, of course, the background that they're coming from, what they have gone through, the sort of file that they have gone through, and looking at every bit of it makes them also feel that, okay, fine, the doctor has spent some time, or the clinical whoever's assistant has spent some time, looked at what I've gone through, and then further plan my treatment. That also makes a lot of sense to the patients most of the times. Thank you so much, Mr. Mary and Miss Mary. And also probably the second thing that you highlighted, quite important, probably a place which is sort of a tertiary care center. Most of the patients usually come with the hope that I will get pregnant from here. And also, one of the other things that they usually talk of is that I've exhausted all my money in what I've done all this while, and I've come with this much is what I have, and we have to probably get a sort of a positive report from where it comes from here. So I would come with this question to Dr. Richa, who is a senior consultant, of course, fertility specialist, and I'm sure she counsels a lot of patients regarding the same. So, ma'am, what is your take on these patients who usually come to you and will say, probably I've exhausted everything and this is all I have, and I have to get pregnant with this, and how do you usually talk to them about it? And second, I would like to put on one more question to you, which Miss Mary put up a point regarding the ovarian reserve is exhausted, and they sometimes think there'll be a miracle where it will come up. So what is your take on, in current day, in today's day, what is your take on promising a patient about PRP and probably some bit of increase in the ovarian reserve, if it at all does?
So, Dr. Priyankur, probably I am not the person who talks about miracles and about magic to patients. In fact, the first thing I tell them is there's no magic, it's science. And science can work only in a definitive boundary. We cannot break the boundaries that nature has set. So if she is menopausal, she is menopausal. PRP will not help her. Nothing will help her. Taking 100 type of medication for increasing egg reserve will not help her. But women who are still menstruating, who are still have some antral follicles, who have some AMH there in their body and are slightly on the younger side, I tell them very frankly, say, this is what we are working with. You have to understand that the raw material is what we are going to work with for the entire product. And that understanding is so important, because most of these patients are not really keen for a donor egg, which is a shortcut to going ahead for pregnancy. They want to first explore their own fertility potential, and we would like to encourage them. So even if the AMH is low, it's not necessary that I will plan it like I would plan a standard IVF protocol. There has to be individualization, and that's why I will look at that person as one person who's trying to do this. Say she does not show an antral follicles on day 2, I don't need to stimulate her that time. We sometimes wait till the patient starts showing antrals and then give her a shot, because we know even the AMH fluctuates. There is an intercyclical variation in AMH. In the same patients, the AMH will have a variation, and there's a paper that we have published at Art Fertility about this as well. So we do not go for, say, a month that patient has gone, and we will wait because she wants her own egg trial. We know that she's menstruating, there are some antral follicles, and we will give the best to this patient, understanding what she has. Most of these patients do not need a very high dose of stimulation. Most of these patients do not need all high-end technology to help them. They just need few good eggs to be retrieved, cultured in a beautiful way, take them to blastocyst so that we have a competent embryo that we are putting inside, and then plan the treatment for them. So I think this fact check, which we go through and we take off with the patients, is very important. I tell them the eggs may not grow, they may not be retrieved, they may not fertilize, they may not form embryo. So all these ifs, and we take it along, and each if when we pass through, we know we are inching closer to a result that we anticipate. So it's a journey, it's an uphill task, and the couple has to be ready to take this uphill task. They should have the stamina to go through it. One is emotional quotient, emotional stamina to go through it, as Marianne said, and you also pointed out. Second is the financial burden, which is very real in our country, because all our patients, all our couples are funding their treatment themselves. There's very little corporate help. There's hardly any government help on these. So it has to be seen how much they can afford it, because whatever we try, how much ever we try to trim it down, this treatment will be expensive. So some of the patients will opt for EMI options. Some of them will save some money while they are doing the treatment and then come for a treatment. And we try to remove the frills. Over time, we have in IVF, we have added in so many frills to the treatment, some things which are really not needed, some things which are really not relevant, and everything keeps on adding on, because we don't look at customization, we do not look at personalization, we just go on doing what people before us have done. So remove the frills, let her have a good egg retrieval, and then see whether the embryo really grows to blastocyst. So like I said, go back to science, go back to nature. That's what I follow.
Perfect, Richa ma'am. Thank you so much for that apt answer. I think what you said was very clear, and what you meant to say was, of course, that rely on science, and that's what we need to do, because that's what ART actually is. It's science, and that's what we need to fall back at. No point of giving false promises, no point of telling things which are more philosophical. It's science, and we have to fall back on science, and we may not form an embryo. We may have empty follicles as well at the end of a pickup. We have to give all this picture very clear at day one, so that on the day of pickup or post pickup, when you don't form an embryo, you do not get unnecessarily harassed by the patient when they come and tell a lot of things to you. So that is not right. Thank you so much, ma'am. So next I would come to Sanjay Shukla, sir. Sir, you're a senior embryologist, you're a adjunct professor, and you're of course practicing in Rajasthan. So, sir, there are a couple of parts of this question that I would like to come to you with. And part one of the question would be, of course, we know that, okay, Ratna ma'am wanted to add on something. Ma'am, your hand is up. Do you want to say something before I go to the next question?
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Very briefly, I don't want to take away from the other speaker, but as a person who runs a patient organization, who talks to patients, I would just want to draw the attention of all the fertility specialists and other specialists here that the patient is a patient much before they reach the fertility specialist. And for every one patient that reaches the fertility specialist, there are hundreds that don't. And I think when we talk of patient-centric, we should also take into consideration the hundreds that don't. And that, the reason why they don't is because they do not know where to go, or they do not have the information on how to reach the right clinics. Also, because of the stigma, they don't discuss. I think we have to provide open platforms which are, safe spaces for these people to discuss. And the other point that I wanted to highlight is between cycles also. I mean, as per the law, it is mandated that you have a counselor, and that person counsels when when this couple goes to the center. But between the two cycles, they are spending their life struggling with the realities of what infertility means. And I think that is also vulnerable times when they need somebody to hold their hands. Currently, we do not have a system where there is counseling out of the hospital. I think that also needs to be provided. And that is where I think digital can play a very big role. There could be peer counselors or forums which people can dial into, like helplines, etc., so that if they are going through depression, or if they have faced a family problem which is not strictly related to the treatment aspect of it, which needs to be discussed with the hospital's counselor, they can still go to somebody who can listen to them. I'll stop there. Thank you, sir.
Agreed, Ratna ma'am. I think we all over here will reiterate what you have said, and we go through the same thought process sort of a thing. But in today's day, what I believe is that I think the patients, because most of the patients, even patients who come to me who have come for the first time, etc., there are a lot of patients who come and say probably for the first time that, doctor, we have gone through your profile and we have seen you have done so and so things, have gone to so and so places, etc., and that's why we have come up to you, etc. And there are a lot of patients who give feedback in today's day, and I think the priority has slowly shifted from pleasing a patient across the table to a Google review, which probably most of the clinics, most of the doctors, most of the most of the assistant staff or someone tell them that just put in a review, which will help us probably in getting another patient or something like that. So I think it's more shifted digitally, as has already been correctly pointed out, that we have shifted digitally now. And based on the digital marketing, I would say that there are a lot of clients that we get in today's day. Plus, there are a lot of clinics also which have like got a very good reach out in today's day. I'm sure like most of the clinics have got the spoke centers through which they get patients, etc. And even in the smaller of places, I would say probably place which has got a population of only some 15-20,000 also, there are some spoke centers which some of the centers put up so that they can probably get in some patients, get a counseling. I think it's become a lot easier for the clients or for the patients in today's day, but a little tough for the doctors as well, because they do have to travel a lot in today's competition market. I would say that is currently going on, and they do travel a lot to basically, of course, do a camp, do a OPD visit, etc., and then of course, convince patients or whatever is the correct treatment that is required. So coming back to Sanjay sir again, so the two things that I wanted to ask you. Number one, of course, we know that IVF probably or any fertility treatment in today's day is a teamwork. It's a teamwork when a patient first walks into the clinic, right from the receptionist is where it starts, then to the probably the doctor, the counselor, the embryologist, of course, the primary thing. Because I always, my patient comes and tells me, doctor, it all depends on you. I tell them, no, it doesn't depend on me. It depends on the embryologist, because it depends on what the embryologist's mood is on that day, how the hand of the embryologist, the ICSI, how well it is done, etc., etc. All depends on that, because ultimately if the embryo is good, the endometrium, of course, and then finally that's how the implantation happens. It's a total 50-50 or a 40-60 sort of thing. A credit, definitely a major extent of it goes to the embryologist as well. So that one question I would like to ask you, so how do you take it in today's day? How do you take the teamwork to be? How do you feel the communication, which probably is good in today's day, but how can it be better? How do you feel that betterment of communication can happen, and how will it help in the success of the outcome? And the part two of the question would be, there are a lot of patients, as I think a couple of our experts today pointed out, about gender. If they have lost a male child, they come back and say, I want a male child. If they have lost a female child, they come back and say, probably want a female child. I think Mary had talked about this. So what do you feel patients when they sit with the embryologist and they say, because most of the times when a patient comes to me, I say it's not possible in India. Next question is when they go to embryologist, the embryologist invariably will come back with a feedback saying that, doctor, the patient had come to me and she was very persistent on this thing. I said, it doesn't happen here. So there's no question about it. So when a patient asks you this question, how do you counsel the patient and how do you put it forward that in India it's difficult, even if you know that the risk of losing the client is definitely at the back of your head?
Well, so fortunately for me, it's a bit easier. Before venturing into IVF, when I was doing my research PhD, I was also handling HIV surveillance center. And at that time in India, there were only 9 centers. So I was probably a fortunate one who was very much into counseling of those patients. And then because I belong to a family where there are a lot of people who are in arts, not just ART. So dealing with all those people, I learned how to speak and how to deal with different kind of people. So it becomes easier. In fact, probably also because with my years of experience, the clinicians, they transfer the couple before they deal with them. So a lot of things, the lot of information that is, the ground reality. So I have to talk to them in a very different way. And I firmly believe that if you talk to them honestly and you give them the right information, they believe you. So it's because I'm sure Mary would, she would also confirm this, that if you have a rapport with the patient, it becomes easier to communicate. So as far as the communication within the clinic, it is of course of paramount importance. So another thing is like, I was also fortunate that when I started working with the people, they were all very honest people, and we have sort of our daily communication within the group. So we inculcate that culture in our system. So for us, I mean, for me and my team, it becomes easier because we all are on the same note. So it's like, for example, if you are my clinician and you are telling the couple that these are the options and we'll do in this way, and suppose you are not there and the couple comes to me, I would explain the same thing. So they have the faith in us because the narration is same. So they believe that whatever my clinician has said, the same thing is said by the embryologist, and then they believe you. And when they believe you, there is a mind-body coordination, and probably that works well instead of when there are different versions of things. And as far as the spatial gender selection is concerned, it is of course there. I mean, they are there to get the thing which they have lost. But if you explain them, this is not, as Dr. Richa said, this is not a miracle, this is science and how it works. So they would also believe that. But there are, I mean, see, India is not just the India, I believe it's entire Southeast Asia where the mindset is totally different from rest of the world. So it becomes difficult, especially in the northern India where the male chauvinistic society is dominating. But still, if you tell them the truth, they will believe you.
Perfect, sir. So I think very well summed out points that you have talked of. And I think the most important take-home message from what you just said, I would say, is that communication on the same page, communication being on the same page is very, very important, because if I say something, my embryologist says something, my staff nurse says something, is definitely going to create a confusion in the whole picture. So that is why I think it is more important for us to document everything, because when you have everything on the same page, and if this patient is this client is coming to you for the first time, I think it's important for us to go through the file once before we call the patient in, because once we go through it, we know what the patient has gone through already, what has been talked to about regarding the treatment of the patient, and that will probably bring everyone on the same page, and we can discuss things in a better way without creating any confusion in anyone's mind. So next, I would like to come to Dr. Pratik. Of course, pharma plays a very important role in today's healthcare sector. We all know that, and probably BSV, of course, is one of the primary stakeholders, I would say, in the pharma industry in today's day. So, Dr. Pratik, the question to you, number one, would be on a medical ground. Personally, if you look at infertility treatment, of course, we have a lot of innovations that are going on. There are a lot of things that we collaborate with, and do you feel that in today's thing, or in particular in BSV, we know that they have been wonderful in the past with the COVID vaccination, etc., the way things have come in and the way things have happened with BSV, etc. So in overall, if you look at, I would say to simplify the medical information, or rather basically the injectables, how to take it, like the PFS pens have come in today's day. It's much easier, the patient can take it themselves, things like that, which do you feel will be more patient-centric and will help the patient probably from far off to not to come to the clinic. They can probably take those things themselves. So how do you feel in the industry? How can things work out in a way where it will be more patient-centric, more patient-friendlier, and it will help the patient as well as the clinician in a way that they do not have to visit the clinic probably very often, and can make things a little simple? And the second point to you would be, because you brought out the point of insurance companies. So what do you feel is the role of pharma industry in involving insurance companies into this IVF market or IVF industry?
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Priyanko. So to highlight or speak about the first question, so what we are also doing from the company perspective is actually with the same focus that, we are also developing treatment where, the number of visits and number of injections are reduced for the patient. These are long-term injections and every day, and you need maybe 1 or 2, 3 cycles for a woman. It's quite painful, and you have to be cognizant of this fact that many of the patients then usually would not want to come back precisely for this reason. So we're in talks to develop this kind of a treatment where the numbers are reduced. Also, at the same time, we are also developing pens, right? So it becomes much more simplified for the patients for themselves to take it, so that they don't have to run, and then many of these hormones are to be taken at very odd time. Where would they go and find out a healthcare professional nearby who can do that? So that's what we are also trying to do, that, first is a reduction. The second is make it more convenient and in the delivery, so that it becomes easier for the women themselves to take it. So, and of course, these pens, like the insulin pens, are very very helpful in reducing the pain as well. So, that also helps. And as you also know that it's not only the infertility, but BSV has a gynec focus per se. So we have everything else available, which will also help not only to conceive, but also maintain the pregnancy till the end, right? So the eventual outcome is not just the conception. The eventual outcome is how do you deliver a baby. So as a company which is focused on women, we are in a good place where, you can not only look into the conception, but also take it forward. How do we do? So many of our advances are happening in terms of across the companies are to support these women. So that's the core, I would say, philosophy of the company, where conception, pregnancy, the safe motherhood is what we currently focus on. And we are also coming up with many of the devices where, it becomes easier. So like we have this device where we can also monitor um, uh, the heart rate of the fetal heart rate, where it becomes easier. So these women, usually you wouldn't want them to come and travel very frequently, right? It's a precious pregnancy. So we can
I think
actually do that.
artificial intelligence is also coming up in a long way, and it's helping monitoring the baby, etc., as well in the long way. And I think maybe in the future there would be technologies where we could even maybe put in a probe in the vagina and we'll know what the follicles look like, and they probably will not have to come to the clinic. Maybe someday that
So
could be
someday, yeah, and Dr. Priyanka, so that's what BSV is all about. That BSV is not only about now the pharma, but it's about what are the devices which will help, which are the diagnostics which will help. Now, so we are actually looking at rearranging the portfolio for women, so that your end-to-end help is being provided to all of them, and try to see to it that it makes it more convenient for them to receive the therapies. So that's what we are focusing on.
Perfect, Dr. Pratik. Thank you so much for your inputs from on behalf of course, BSV, but also talking a bit about the market perspective, how things are going forward and how things are looked at in today's day. And I'm sure just a couple of days back, I was having a session and I was, talking a little bit about AI in IVF, etc. And there was a doctor who finally asked me at the end of the session, if AI comes in such a long way, what will happen to us doctors? So I think the answer to that is AI and doctors are here to stay together, collaborate together such that it benefits the patient on an overall way. We are not competing against AI, which is not possible. AI, of course, has got its limitations as well. So it's going to be a total collaboration of the whole thing, where probably we will be able to bring the betterhood of the woman at the end of it, and that's the target, of course, is of everyone. So I see Dr. Asavari, who has switched on the camera. I think we've got 5 more minutes to go, Asavari, if you don't mind.
Sir, as long as you want.
Okay, cool.
As
So
long as
usually when the camera of the organizer is off, you know that you have time. But when it comes on, you know that, okay, fine, there's a ringing bell somewhere which we have to probably listen to. Sure. So we'll have a couple more questions probably. And the next question I would come to Dr. Ratna, who, of course, is a person who deals with these patients at the ground level and talks to patients, etc., which is a primary thing that she does. So, ma'am, I would come to you with a couple of questions. Number one, we have started a lot as obstetricians and gynecologists focusing on the prenatal counseling. There are a lot of patients who, prior to getting pregnant, who comes to us, who wants a counseling done, who wants to listen to if everything is all right, all the investigations are all right. And even today in morning, there was a couple who came. They're not married. Like, I reminded me of the kundli of previous days, where people used to get the kundli check from astrologers. If everything is all right, they'll get married. This couple came saying that, doctor, get a blood test done and check if everything is all right and can we get married. So this is why we are probably shifting to, because we know that thalassemia, etc., things are there, which probably makes things a lot easier for everyone. So I think, ma'am, I would like to ask you that prior to IVF, there are a lot of questions that a patient have in their mind. A counselor or doctor definitely tries to answer a lot of them. But then when you're working on the ground level, I'm sure there are some few extra questions which probably they do not ask in front of the doctor, etc. So how do you take these questions? How do you counsel these patients prior to probably their conception, prior to embryo transfer? They might have a lot of questions. How much to rest? What washroom to go to? Can I go to an Indian washroom? Do I need to go to a Western toilet, etc., etc.? So what do you feel about, talking about this take home key points, small points which are important for them? And number two is the stigma, especially patients with male infertility. We still know, as sir talked about in the north, the male chauvinistic society that we are still living in, male infertility has become a big time, and they do not want to reveal, they do not want to do anything, they still want to go for TISA when they know it's a non-obstructive azoospermia, etc. So what do you feel, how do you counsel these patients of the stigma? How do you feel that you need to put in the points which will tell them probably that, okay, fine, it can happen, and it is quite not a very uncommon thing, because we know in today's day, male infertility is probably 50% of what the total infertility picture is. So two things, again, I think I talked a lot, but the two questions to be specific to you: number one, counseling provided in pre-IVF or pre-embryo transfer; number two, stigma in patients, especially in those who have male fertility issues.
Okay, so I'll answer the first one. And it is not really specific or focused to people who are seeking fertility treatment, but in general, questions around fertility. And especially with, I see this a lot with young couples who, are working and pursuing careers and therefore delaying marriage. And many of them do have this, questions in their mind as to what happens if I get married beyond 30, because, especially for women, because a lot of information out there says that your best chances of having a good baby is if you get married before 30. And genetic disorders are then a lot lesser. And with young couples being more educated, they do understand that, you can have Down syndrome and other things if you delay your marriage too much. So they do.
If I can interrupt, ma'am, I just put up a little bit of thought to this point, as you're saying, ma'am, after 30, 32, 33. So there are a lot of clients who in today's day probably are shifting to the embryo freezing at that point of time, where they're getting their embryos frozen. And some of them have gone to the extent where probably they haven't found their fiance or husband till now, have gone to that extent where they're freezing the eggs as well. And they believe that probably later on, probably that would help them in getting pregnancy. So that is something that probably the society is moving into. And thanks to you, I think the counseling and all that in those aspects does help.
Yeah, but there is a big divide in the sense that, the more urban-centric couples or young women are informed on this, and they seek the information, and then they make those choices, and then they ask the questions. Especially we run groups on endometriosis and PCOS where infertility is very high, and infertility is spoken about and discussed in those groups as a very important topic. And many of these young women who are actually career-oriented women do speak about these topics, as you said. And we provide them general information because we are not experts in this area, and we try and refer them to the doctors or to the specialists who can give them specific information on queries that they have. To answer your second question on male infertility, and I would just like to say that, Dr. Shukla, this is not restricted to North, it is a pan-India phenomenon. And males will just not accept that there could be a problem with them, even in very educated families. In fact, it is easier to counsel families that are semi-literate and poor than the more educated families, because
the more educated, the more the trouble is. They
yes,
will not
the more the trouble. And they are sometimes quite violent as well. So, it is not just the infertility part of it that has to be counseled, but the behavioral part of it as well, because there's a lot of denial involved in them. And it's not something that can be, counseled in one session. It takes a lot of effort to convince those people that, a second marriage or having a relationship outside of your marriage is not going to help you, because many of these people think that, if you try with several women, then maybe you will be successful. And because of this denial aspect of it. And that brings in a lot of psychosocial trauma within the family, to the spouse and to the parents, etc. So how do you manage this? And a lot of times it is driven by the mother-in-laws as well. I'm sorry to say this, but our system is made such, our social system or our social construct is made in such a way that not having a child is considered big taboo. So a lot of times it's the mother-in-law who is driving, the discussion in the home. So it's not just the boy or the couple that needs the counseling. It's also the mother-in-law and the father-in-law sometimes who need the counseling. And very often these people are missed. The extended family, the elder brothers, the influencers in the family are missed. And I think a family level, counseling is extremely important. Of course, the couples don't want that many a times. They don't even want to discuss issues like endometriosis, forget the fertility part of it, because they think that these are some things that exist in the family. So people with PCOS, etc., discuss with us and say that, if I have it, my sister can have it as well, or there could be other members in the family and marriage would become an issue. So we don't want to reveal this to anybody or discuss it with anyone. So it leaves a lot of persistent counseling to the person, to the family, and to the couple to be able to help them to overcome this whole stigma. But I said there is too little being done in the country. We need a lot more professional counselors who can handle these kind of cases. And trust me, about 50% of the young generation out there is asking these questions, but they're not getting the answers that they seek, and that is the reason why they go to all these informal sites to find out what is happening. And if you have to counter all that misinformation, we have to create a very strong, information channel that can win the trust of these young couples.
Agreed. Perfect. All points well taken, ma'am. And probably the last point that you say, Google, of course, is definitely beneficial, but again, brings a lot of information which may be not required as well, and that creates confusion as well in the minds of patients as well. So as you were talking of the family getting involved, the mother-in-law, father-in-law getting involved, and there's an IVF patient who comes to me, one from Bangladesh, and there's one more patient who comes from the rural part over here. Every time when she comes to my OPD and I ask her, when is your last menstrual date, it's the father-in-law who's telling the date. That is the level of the involvement that you can think of. I mean, that's sometimes really, that sort of brings a lot of not very good thoughts about the whole thing, because if that is the level of involvement that a family can have, then that's quite not very nice, actually. And we all know that the media also adds on to the confusion when the male factor comes up, and that they probably in some cases be TISA, but then again when you talk to them about donor, the first question that comes to their mind, or the question that they ask us, probably thanks to the movie Happy News by Akshay Kumar, where the thing comes up, doctor, what about in donor, what about the chances of, or even in TISA they ask, what about the chance of mixing of the sperm, etc., etc. There are a lot of questions which come up which is not required, and which was not required, I think, at some point of time before. And we know, I also personally, a couple of my patients who the man has divorced the wife 2-3 times. There's one more couple who husband was divorced the wife once, second marriage, finally got a semen analysis done after persistence basically, and then finally turns out to be azoospermia. So I just in the back of the mind keep thinking, what was the fault of that girl whom you have divorced, because you could not get her pregnant, you didn't have sperms, and you have divorced her for nothing. So that is the society that probably we're living in, and that is very, very sad and unfortunate, I would say.
I think we also need to change the narrative in the movies and the media. The way they show that if you are not able to conceive, then you're not a macho man. I think that needs to change. And if that has to happen, then our multimedia channels like the movies, the YouTube channels and the Netflix and all that stuff have to be influenced. I think somebody has to speak to those people and say, you're creating a very wrong image of men, and you need to make them more confident about whatever is happening to them so that they're able to speak more openly.
Unfortunately, I think who's going to bell the cat is the question, because that is where the whole thing lies.
So I think this is a cat. This is the Schrodinger's cat, which you do not know where it is at any time. So nobody can bell it. So when couples ask me about this movie and that movie, I ask them, when you propose to your wife, did everybody break down into song and dance? Did you have lights flashing all around you? Did a movie-like scenario anytime happen in your life? If it did not, then how do you expect that to happen during a fertility treatment? Movies are movies, they are fiction, they are fantasy, and Mumbai is the biggest fantasy world, and it's creating a new fantasy every day. So we have to counsel these patients that keep aside what you see in the movies and look at the real life and look at the difference and the divide, and then approach it, So that part, I mean, you cannot correct that industry. That industry is probably not our task to correct, but we can at least inculcate this basic understanding in our patients that look at the reality and keep the fantasy apart from that.
I think, as you said, ma'am, just to add on one more point, I think, the industry, if you look at overall, if you see, there are, the different professionals who get targeted. There are lawyers who get targeted. There are police, of course, every movie, there's a police who's targeted or not targeted, who's shown as a happy figure, sad figure, whatever it is. Doctors, of course, to a certain extent in today's day. But the thing is, somehow I feel doctors, whether in movies or even in real life, whether it comes to laws, we are the soft target still, and we continue to be the same because of probably the fact that we are not united and we don't stand. The only example I still say is probably when the law came up in the Rajasthan thing, and then they really fought back and they got it back. I think that was probably the only example where a doctor could fight and get back something. The medical community could fight and get back something out of the system. So I think there are places where the media has portrayed different professionals in a different way, and there has been fights. There have been bans on the several movies, especially when politicians are targeted. But then that's probably not a purview or not a perspective that we're looking at. But I think everyone has to be more look at the realistic picture, because they try to make PPR of everything, whether it's news, in media, it's movies, etc. But then they need to understand that this patient, especially the one who are low educated, not very literate, they will look at this and they think this is what it is. That is where probably everyone has to consciously work and think that probably this is not what we should do. Ratna ma'am, you wanted to add on something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we can flip the coin and use it to our favor by finding the influencers who are actually with our cause. And that has worked very well in, say, mental health, etc., where people have openly talked about depression, and cancer and other issues. So why can't we find influencers who will sort of decompress this whole idea again on infertility and the stigma around it? And maybe we will find a champion who will actually create a movie that will speak about what we are talking today. So it's about finding the opportunity. And I think if we all concentratedly look at it, we will find the opportunity. It's just about creating the positive dialogue.
I just hope, Ratna ma'am, we someday form that Sholay coin where both sides is ahead and both works in our favor. I just hope that someday that happens. Yeah. So I would finish last by asking a couple of questions to Mary. Thank you for being there, and thank you for so attentively listening to the whole thing that has gone through. I understand counseling sessions are longer than this, but then this has been a good session as well for all of us. So Mary, the couple of questions I would like to ask you. Number one, of course, or not every one of us are lucky to have a psychologist, a clinical psychologist beside us who can counsel a patient, especially when the report comes negative. So what are your tips and tricks of us as a psychologist that you would like to portray to a patient or put forward to a patient when you say that, okay, your report is not so positive now, you probably need to come back in a couple of months when we'll do a retransfer for you. So what are the tips and tricks that you would say? This is not as you're talking to a patient, but you're telling us probably how we should go ahead in counseling our patients subsequently.
Right. So obviously that I cannot give a one person fits all kind of a thing. But what I would say is one of the common things we say when people cry is don't cry. I think we should stop doing that. Let them cry, let them express. And I think that's a primary thing. And also they would like to know what they want to look forward to. Like they really like a plan, course of action. Right. So when the patient comes in, when it's a negative outcome, first thing is let them grieve, because it's actually a grief response that they are losing something. Right. So it's more like a trauma. So it will take some time for them to recover and come back for another cycle. So giving them a time period to decide and come back for the second cycle, maybe they might be, more angry, more bargaining, and all of these stages will be going on at that point. Giving them time, letting them express, and at the end of the session just give them a loophole. Even if it's like a hopeless case, see if there's a surrogacy involved, or if it's a donor involved, or if they are not open to it, like certain religions are not open to it, like in those cases see if there's an option for adoption. So all of these extra options that they can look forward to is something that we have to keep it open, right? And this is completely out of what you were asking. So one of the things with male infertility is that you see once the diagnosis of male infertility comes in, ED, ejaculate, all of these things start coming in, right? So it must be completely unrelated to it. Their sexual performance will be completely fine, but suddenly once the infertility issue comes in, the sexual performance also comes down. So I think focusing on keeping their marriage in place, focusing on continuing the intercourse, even if there's a 1%, 2% chance, not telling them, you're not going to ever get pregnant, that we cannot promise that. So giving them an option to keep continuing to have intercourse and keep continuing to have their own normal life going on is something is also we should focus on.
Perfect, Mary. And the last question to you.
Priyankur, can I?
Yes, yes yeah. Please.
So I have a tip for all the clinicians, because I have worked with many clinicians. It's very hard to break the negative news. But the thing is, the problem is that the clinician themselves are expecting too much. And it reflects from their facial expressions when they break the news. So if you are not confident, you feel sad. But if you are expressing that sadness to the couple, it becomes difficult for them to accept it. So you have to be, if not, happy face, but at least neutral face, so that you can break the news as if it was expected. Because you already counseled that there are 30% or 40% chances. So still there are 60% chances to not get pregnant. So that's where it's very important for the clinicians how to break the news.
Perfect, sir. Well said. And I think an additional point to this probably is that do not overpromise that in the next cycle you will definitely conceive. Do not do that as well, because that cycle is going to come in a couple of months. And again, probably you will have to face the similar scenario. So that I think should not be done again. Point well taken, sir. So, Mary, I know that in CMC Vellore, of course, we do not encourage abortions, being a Christian institute, etc. So there are a few pregnancies, in spite of the pregnancy coming positive, the UPT coming positive, certain cases where we have some bit of chromosomal anomalies, some cases where we have a Down syndrome, etc. as well. So in those cases, how do you feel as a psychologist counseling should be done? It has been positive. They were very happy, all excited, pumped up at home that, okay, fine, finally a pregnancy is going to come. And then finally it comes out to be an anomalous baby. It comes out to be a chromosomal anomalous baby, etc. So how do you feel the counseling should go in this regard for the patients?
Yeah, like you mentioned, religion plays a major role, and especially in Muslim and Christian communities, like abortion is considered a sin. So their major worry is now, will God punish me? Is the first worry, rather than that they have a child who is having a chromosomal anomaly. So I think it's again comes back to the couple's decision of what, like pointing it out to them that what do they think is important right now at the moment, like just acknowledging the fact that they've gone through a lot and they have done so much to get this baby, and taking out the guilt factor, working on the guilt factor that it's not their fault that this has happened. At the same time, pointing it out the factual information, like the science behind it, that what are they going to get into if you're going to have the child, what is the cost that they are going to bear, and is this consequences something that you are ready to face, and sitting with them and asking them, is this something that you are ready to take up, the burden that they are ready to take up, or is it the sin that they are going to ready to take up? So balancing the values and the consequences is something that we have to sit and work towards.
Perfect. And in addition to that, of course, the life that you're giving to the child who's going to get born, because ultimately if it's a child with a Down syndrome, etc., of course the acceptance of the society, the life that he or she is going to live is something also that we need to probably look at, and we need to consider and talk to them about that as well. So I really thank all of you for this excellent discussion. I will take home messages, I think one from each of you before we end this session. So the first, I would come to Dr. Ratna Devi ma'am. Ma'am, if you could give a short take-home message about centric approach in fertility treatment, patient-centric approach towards fertility treatment. Your one-line take-home message, and then we'll take it from the others as well.
So my one-line short, sweet message would be provide authentic information which is easily accessible in patient-readable language. Not too much text. It should be diagrammatic and in vernacular.
Perfect, ma'am. Dr. Richa, ma'am, your one-line take-home message.
I always believe in this: remove the frills. Make it simple for the patient. Do not talk about bed rest. Do not give them extra progesterone injections. Do not give them enoxaparins. Do not give them hundreds of medication in their prescription. that they get overwhelmed. It's a simple process. Keep it as simple as possible, and that will really benefit you and your patient. When you're trying to fact find why it did not work out, the lesser the variables, the easier it is for you to find out why it did not work out. So all this huge information and a lot of narratives that we add along with this, house arrest, a bed rest, and do not do this, do not do, remove it all. Let her be relaxed. Let her be mentally at peace. She's had a transfer. When we naturally conceive, we don't even know we are pregnant. So all these frills do not impact the pregnancy outcome at all, whether it's IVF or a natural pregnancy. So weed out all that and make it as simple for the patient as possible.
Perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I sometimes say that when I'm giving a talk, I usually say when there's a talk on progesterone, I say, give the progesterone by the ideal route that is required. Do not make a patient take bath in progesterone. Sometimes it really feels like, the patient is dipping into a progesterone, the amount
and
of
it's
progesterone
actually detrimental. It's actually
Exactly.
detrimental because
Absolutely.
it causes intense deserialization of the endometrium, and it
Exactly.
does not let them implant. I mean, there's so many types of progesterone. She cannot eat because of
Exactly.
the amount of progesterone that she's eating.
Exactly. Oral, vaginal, intramuscular, subcutaneous, I don't know, all sorts of routes, and it's totally not required. I think that's one take-home message for all of you present over here, all the delegates present over here. Please don't do it. It's not indicated and not useful for your patient. Our next come to Pratik sir. Dr. Pratik, what would be your take-home message from the industry point of view, or what do you feel should be the take-home message for everyone who's present over here?
Yeah, so as Dr. Ratna also mentioned, the information, the right set of information for the patient, for the couple who are thinking about the IVF treatment, including everything in terms of, what are the other aspects available, alternative treatments available, how the technology would also help to make it more transparent for them, right? So now there are technologies which are making transparent for the couples as well, that they are knowing what. So use of those technologies would definitely help the patient, and also we are also looking at developing the research based on the patient's expectation rather than the regulatory expectation, because in all this process we forget that the patient is going to take it. What are his or her requirement are also quite important. So focusing on those are the key concepts from my side.
Perfect, sir. Next, I come to Dr. Sanjay Shukla, sir. Sir, what would be your one-line take-home message for everyone?
So in agreement with Dr. Richa and Dr. Ratna, keep it simple. I firmly believe, and even when I teach to my students, I give them this lesson that almost 90% of the embryology work is the same that Dr. Edwards has started. So if you stick to the basics, your embryology lab will perform the way it should. If you are into too much of the things to do, you try so many things, in fact, you are going to spoil the thing. So stick to the basics and you'll get the results.
Agreed. Thank you so much, sir. And finally, I would like to come to Ms. Mary. What would be your final take-home points?
So I would say that in the initial part of the counseling, be as negative and brutally honest as possible, because in the later stages, you cannot be brutally honest and negative. So tell the patient what is going to go wrong, tell them all the side effects, tell them all the ill effects and the negative percentage of counseling. Be as negative and brutally honest as possible, because they need to know what they are getting into.
Promise less, deliver more is, I think, what you meant to say, and that means a lot, especially to everyone, because it's much, much easier. So, Asavari, I would like to take one line from you as well before my take-home. I put in my take-home message. Other than, of course, please end the panel now. I think that would be one of your points that you would like to make. Other than that, what is the other point that you would like to say? One line.
Sir, one thing that we as a council really are big on is advocating awareness. So we feel strongly, and I personally feel this being a public health specialist, is if there is information, there are options, there is willingness, and there is some sort of outcome. So first step is to spread as much information as possible, spread as much awareness as possible, not just for IVF treatments, but all healthcare possible treatments as a whole, because we have observed that as a country, medically everybody is not very literate, so that gap needs to be bridged. So that would be one message from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Savari. So I would like to say that of course, with agreement to all that our expert panelists, Dr. Ratna, Dr. Deepak, Dr. Richa, Dr. Pratik, Dr. Sanjay, and Ms. Mary have talked about, I would just like to end by saying another important point that we should all look at. We know that the ART law has now come into place, and we definitely have to abide by it, whatever may it be. So we need to understand that, because we at one point of time probably we were talking of a safe mother and a safe baby, but we currently are at a state where we are talking of a safe mother, safe baby, and a safe doctor as well. So when we're talking of the third component, it's very, very important for us, not only on a physical ground, or not only in your local place physically what you're doing or what your patient is talking to you, whether it's abusive or whatever it is. In addition to that, of course, to follow the law, because that is where we stand at. Ultimately, it's the law is going to save you, or it's going to be the doomsday for you, because we need to follow that. And if you follow the law, whatever happens to you at that day, on the heat of the moment, you're going to be saved without any much of a problem. We were doing a lot of medical legal sessions. I was doing a lot of medical legal sessions with one Dr. MC Patel, who's from Ahmedabad, and we used to do this repeatedly on all the COVID days, on every Tuesday from 6 p.m. onwards. And every 9 p.m. I used to realize that probably I'll have to reduce my practice, or at least reduce my obstetric practice, based on the complications that he used to talk of, and based on the medical legal implications that used to happen. I used to go a little slow and take my consents well on the Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And again, on the coming Monday, I used to be a little casual with the busy OPD, etc. Tuesday, again at 9:30, I used to think I'll stop my obstetric practice because it's very difficult and very harsh the way the country's law is. But I finally realized it's not possible for any of us to stop what we are doing. We have to continue with what we are doing. We have a lot of medical legal experts in the country who will save us, but we need to understand that the best medical legal expert we have is ourselves. Until and unless we have all the forms complete, until and unless we have all the documentation complete, there's no medical legal expert in the country who will be able to completely quash the case or completely be able to save us. So do your documentation well, counsel the patient well, do not overpromise. And that will be, I think, a happy patient-centric approach that we are finally looking at. Thank you so much once again. I hand over this session to Dr. Savari for taking over from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priyanku Roy, for so expertly moderating this session. You led this session so engagingly and so nicely. Thank you so much. We would also like to thank all our participants and speakers for taking part in this discussion. I thank Dr. Ratna Devi, Dr. Deepak Goenka, Dr. Richa Jagta, Dr. Pratik Shah, Dr. Sanjay Shukla, and Ms. Mary N for taking out time from their busy schedule and imparting with us wealth of knowledge and information on this topic today. Thank you so much. With that, we come to the very end of the 4th India IVF Summit 2023. Thank you so much. Our heartiest thanks to our partners, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, for partnering with us on this very important, pertinent topic of IVF for the World IVF Day. Thank you so much. With that, I would also like to thank, in the very end, all our viewers for staying with us till the very end. I hope the discussion was informative and insightful to you as it was for us. Thank you so much. With that, we close this off. Stay happy, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.